say he couldn't do it, say he ain't made for it. What they missing is the path and paid for it. That's why he get up top, like he belong there. And when he take it off, it's like he on air. Trying to hide now, like the birds do. It's all over with styles, it's flying over you. Don't forget the name, game is his to claim. With your DNA, we about to change the thing.
Now let's see if the Dogs have come up and are really ready to play.
Oh, my goodness, clobbered at the 30-yard line. Boom! Here comes pressure. We're going to get him. Aziz Ojulari, have a snack. There's Pickens. Oh, he left his feet, stuck his hands out, and brought that baby in. Lost the football. We pick it up. We picked it up at the 30-yard line. Richard LeCount scooped it up off the turf. Pressure and sacked at last. Oh, yeah! Touchdown on the dead run. Here we go. Welcome inside Sanford Stadium for the 125th edition of the oldest rivalry in the Deep South. Tonight it's 4th-ranked Georgia and 7th-ranked Auburn between the hedges on the grass of Dooley Field. This tightly wound series began to shift in Georgia's favor in the Mark Richt era as the Bulldogs' former head coach posted a 10-5 record against the Dogs' rival to the west. Kirby Smart's Bulldogs teams have continued the trend, going 4-1 against the Tigers in the previous 4 seasons. But boxes can be checked on both sides of the ledger tonight. Auburn's Bo Nix is a talented athletic quarterback who appears just as comfortable running the football as he does throwing it. Meanwhile, Georgia's quarterback job is still up for grabs. Pierce County Jr. Stetson Bennett made headway last week at Arkansas, coming off the bench to help spark the Dogs to 32 points in the second half as Georgia roasted the Razorbacks 37-10. The rivalry, Georgia and Auburn, is coming up. Let's check in with Chuck Dowdle on the field. He's got the coach.
Thanks so much, Scott. I'm here with Coach Smart. Coach, this may look a little different, and I don't know how you feel about it, but to me this feels like Auburn.
Yeah, it does. The weather feels that way a little bit, and got a good atmosphere out here. I know our guys are fired up, ready to go play.
What about, did they take a step forward this week, do you feel?
Oh, we made a lot of progress. We're trying to play a lot cleaner, take some of the penalties out of the game, execute at a higher level. But the big thing is composure over chaos.
No doubt about that, and I know these kids are looking forward to this one because they know so many guys over there.
Yep, no doubt. Go Dogs.
All right, thanks, Coach. And by the way, I'll tell you what, I'm going to, there, how's that? Is that better?
Who was that masked man?
Well, okay, now I'm out in the end zone by myself. There's nobody within 50 yards of me in any direction. But, you know, I want to say something real quickly, that we got to thank some people that did a great job for Coach Smart and his staff over the last 2 weeks, because you'll remember Perry Langston, you know, we got depth on our team and we got backups on the depth chart, but there was no backup for the headset guy. And he came down with a positive test, got sent to Savannah. So what they had to do was they had to do FaceTime from Savannah for a 3-hour period, hooking up the coaches' headsets. And John Meshad, Myers Clark, Connor Pendleton, those guys did a great job. It worked perfectly last week, and I believe you know, Coach Smart is counting on him to work perfectly again this week.
All right, Chuck, let's hope so. Our brief chat with Coach Smart is brought to you by, or it's protected by Breda Pest Management. With Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs, nor do you have to be afraid of Chuck when he's got his mask on in the end zone. We are in the early stages of the Ford Drive to kickoff, and we'll get to Eric Zier and Z's Keys when we come back here on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, this is the Ford Drive to Kickoff. The Ford Drive to Kickoff is brought to you by Ford. Visit your local Ford dealer for great offers on F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. Our coverage will continue after these messages.
Great quarterbacks trucks are rare. They're true leaders with a work ethic that never wavers and a desire to win that is second to none. We know a truck like that. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling truck 43 years straight. With impressive towing and payload, Ford F-150 makes tough jobs look easy. Visit your local Ford dealer and score a great offer on F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. Based on 1977 to 2019 calendar year total sales.
Make your first play of the season a smart one. Get a fast and easy sports physical right around the corner from Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens. With 27 locations offering extended hours and most open 7 days a week, you can book online to get in, get out, and get on your way to a championship year. Visit piedmont.org/UGA to schedule a sports physical today. Patient care services provided by Piedmont Healthcare. Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens. One stop to better.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
The official Georgia football game program has gone fully digital and is now free to access. The paperback game program is no longer offered, so log on to georgiadogs.com/digital to get everything you need to know heading into this week's matchup against Auburn. georgiadogs.com/digital.
I'm John Addison, a lifetime Bulldog fan, Georgia graduate, and the chairman of distribution for Primerica, the largest independent financial services marketing company in North America. Primerica is a Main Street company for Main Street families. We help people from all walks of life achieve their goals and dreams by offering common sense financial solutions to today's challenges. As a Georgia-based company, Primerica is proud to continue to sponsor Georgia football. Go Dogs!
Hey, this is Trip Strickland at Georgia Metals, and we are so much more than metal roofing. We're steel buildings, metal fabrication, custom welding. We're everything metal. So for all your metal needs, call Georgia Metals, where quality still matters.
Welcome back to the Ford Drive to Kickoff. Once again, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
With legendary power, the Ford F-150 exudes toughness. Visit your local Ford dealer for great offers on the Ford F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. Z's Keys are delivered by Papa John's newest Papadilla flavor, grilled buffalo chicken, just $6. Better ingredients, better pizza, better than a sandwich. Here's Eric Zier with Z's Keys to a Georgia victory.
Well, Scott, starting off, we've got to eliminate all the penalties that plagued us last week. 10 penalties or so in the first half against Arkansas. We do that today against this Auburn football team. The hole's going to be too big to dig out of. We've got to play much sharper in the mental aspect of the game. Eliminate those penalties. That'll be a good step in the right direction. We have to win the line of scrimmage, and I'm not just talking about in the trenches. There's Chad Morris offense for Auburn. They throw to set up the throw. A lot of screen passes, jet screens, bubble screens. They want to get the ball to their athletes in space. We've got to come up and press and make every pass contested, and then jam receivers so they're not just free releasing on their routes. They've got three great ones, and Seth Williams, Eli Stove, and Anthony Schwartz. We've got to make life difficult for them just getting into their patterns. On the offensive side of the ball, we've got to find a way to get to the edge and outside contain running the football. Running in between the tackles has been difficult because of the defensive looks that we continue to see. We'll see it again from Auburn today. Single safety, another guy in the box. We've got opportunities for big gashing runs if we can get outside and contain. And then finally, we've got to make Bo Nix one-dimensional. Bo Nix is a great game manager, takes care of the football. 218 passes in a row here without an interception. It doesn't look like he's going to hurt you running the football, but he's very efficient when he runs. 34 yards last week, led the team in rushing, led Auburn in rushing. We can't allow that to happen. We've got to make him one-dimensional, make him sit back in the pocket, and hopefully apply some pressure.
All right, Z's Keys, good stuff from the quarterback, Eric Zier. Georgia and Auburn are coming up tonight. Home opener at Sanford Stadium for the Georgia Bulldogs, ranked 4th this week. Top 10 matchup is on the way here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
This is Coach Kirby Smart. More than any other game, football is a combination of power, agility, and toughness, mental and physical. The same is true with the truck I drive, Ford F-150. Whether it's attacking the workday or the weekend, F-150 makes tough jobs look easy. That's why Ford F-Series is America's best-selling truck 43 years straight. See your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of UGA football. The Georgia Bulldogs and F-150, built Ford tough.
Based on 2019 calendar year total sales.
As soon as we brought our son home from the hospital, I wanted to put him in a protective bubble. I'm Chastity Maney from Country Financial, and like most parents, I want to make sure my son is protected throughout his life. Fortunately, I know Country Financial will also be there to help his dad and me along the way, as he gets his license and first car, and as we pack that car to leave for college.
Find a representative near you at TakeSimpleSteps.com.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
I've spent so much time around my house lately, I've counted the number of bricks on my home. Neil Hondo Williamson here for my friends at Breda Pest Management. You know what I don't see in my yard? Fire ants or mosquitoes. As the official pest control of your Georgia Bulldogs, Breda Pest Management keeps my home bug and critter free. Let Breda protect your home like they protect Sanford Stadium. Breda Pest Management, BREDA Pest.com.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Love getting prices that are lower than low on food that's fresher than fresh? Then shop at Kroger. We give you more ways to save on the fresh you love with tools like the Kroger app, where you can find personalized coupons on top of weekly sales, giving you prices that are lower than the everyday low. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
If you like extra cash, the Kroger Rewards MasterCard is the card for you. You'll earn 5% cash back on the first $2,500 you spend. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
We continue with our Ford drive to kick off as the Ford F-150 is our sponsor here in the first half. With legendary power, the Ford F-150 exudes toughness. Visit your local Ford dealer for great offers on the Ford F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. And we've got just a shade over 15 minutes until we kick this baby off. So with 15 minutes to kick off, it's presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Let's jump inside the numbers. Brought to you by Piedmont Bank. It's a good time to know your bankers. Some interesting numbers between these two teams as Georgia and Auburn will pair off for the 125th time in history. Auburn under head coach Gus Malzahn is 8-7 against SEC East teams. Georgia with a similar record under Kirby Smart against the West. The Bulldogs under Kirby 7-6 against Western Division teams in the Southeastern Conference. Auburn just 1-16 when scoring less than 20 points under Gus Malzahn's watch. Georgia 2-7 under Kirby when they score less than 20 points. One of those wins was a 13-7 victory over Auburn in 2016. Both teams are replacing offensive linemen. Georgia replacing 4 key offensive linemen this season, including 3 regular starters and 2 first-round draft picks from last year. 4 offensive linemen, meanwhile, made their starting debut for the Tigers in their game against Kentucky last week. And some of the numbers from last week: Georgia scored 37 in its win over Arkansas. Auburn scored 29 in their win over Kentucky. Total offensive numbers: Auburn racked up 324 yards of offense against the Wildcats. Georgia rolled up 387 yards in offense in their win over the Razorbacks. So just a quick peek inside the numbers, brought to you by Piedmont Bank. We'll continue with our Ford drive to kick off. We're a little bit closer to Georgia and Auburn here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
From the farmer's field that produces your food to the football field where your home team plays, Georgia Farm Bureau is committed to helping Georgia communities thrive. Georgia Farm Bureau provides peace of mind to families through home, auto, and life insurance with affordable coverage and fast claim services. By insuring with Georgia Farm Bureau, you're making an investment in Georgia agriculture, Georgia farmers, and Georgia families. With more than 150 offices in the state, Georgia Farm Bureau is always the home team.
In football, it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection. To protect my home, I call the unbeatable combination for termite protection: Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home with the Centricon system. Make the right call. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
This is Georgia Football, brought to you by Indeed. Find the high-impact hire your business needs fast on Indeed. You'll find lots of great candidates and no long-term contracts at Indeed.com/high-impact.
I'm Monty Watson, UGA alum and chairman and CEO of the Piedmont Bank. As a banker, I know numbers, and the numbers that matter most to us Georgia fans are the numbers that are on the scoreboard when the clock runs out. But in business, there's no scoreboard and the clock never stops. That's why at Piedmont Bank, banking is more than the numbers. Our business customers know they're ranked number one, and that means we never stop helping them reimagine their businesses in Georgia and beyond. Get to know us today at piedmont.bank/UGA. And most importantly, go Dogs.
The Walton Gas Champions for Charity game is on. That means every time the Dogs win a regular season game, Walton Gas will donate $1,000 to these local charities: Camp Twin Lakes, the Salvation Army, the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. And for every bowl game the Dogs win, Walton Gas will donate $5,000. Everyone wins with Walton Gas. Always low rates, always great service. Put your game face on and be a champion for charity. Vote for the charity of your choice at waltongas.com/UGA.
This is the Ford Drive to Kickoff. Now back to Scott Howard and Eric Sire.
Welcome back to Sanford Stadium. Temperatures in the 60s tonight, 63 degrees right now in the Athens area. So a great night for college football. The home opener for the Bulldogs and the Auburn Tigers. We'll give you the starting lineups as we see them for Georgia when we come back. This is the Ford Drive to Kickoff on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Mom, I think this doll I found in the attic is cursed.
No, its eyes are just very lifelike.
Then why does its head keep spinning?
Be my friend forever.
Oh, that is scary.
You know what's really scary? Missing out on Geico's easy-to-use mobile app. You can manage your Geico policy whenever, wherever.
Let's play with another doll. Or we can just bury it deep in the ground.
Happy Geico-ween. Download the industry-leading Geico app today.
These days I'm spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Georgia loves football, and so do we at First Franklin Financial. This season, we're proud to sponsor the Georgia Bulldogs, and we're just as proud to be there for our neighbors when they need it. Offering personal loans up to $15,000 with fixed rates, easy payment plans, and fast approvals. We're fast, friendly, and right around the corner. Visit WeMakeLoans.com to learn more. All loan terms and applicable APRs depend on meeting our underwriting and income criteria for the loan size requested and may require collateral. Loan minimums vary by state. Georgia Residential Mortgage Licensee number 5656.
Recruiting is a vital part of team building. Recruiting also plays an important role in protecting my home from termites with Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Termites eat the bait in the Centricon stations, then eagerly recruit other termites to also feed on the bait, thus eliminating the termite colony. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Call Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
With legendary power, the Ford F-150 exudes toughness. Visit your local Ford dealer for great offers on the Ford F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. Quickly, we'll run through Georgia's offensive probable starters on the offensive line. Jamari Salyer, a junior from Atlanta at left tackle. Justin Schaefer, left guard, a senior from Ellenwood, Georgia. Trey Hill, the center, junior from Warner Robins. Ben Cleveland, the right guard, senior from Toccoa, Georgia. And Warren McClendon, redshirt freshman from Brunswick, Georgia, at right tackle. The wide receivers, George Pickens, a sophomore from Hoover, Alabama. Jermaine Burton, a freshman from Calabasas, California, and Atlanta. Kieris Jackson, redshirt sophomore from Fort Valley, Georgia. The tight end, John Fitzpatrick, redshirt sophomore from Atlanta. The running backs, James Cook, a junior from Miami, Florida. Zamir White, redshirt sophomore from Laurinburg, North Carolina. And the quarterback tonight, Stetson Bennett, junior from Blackshear, Georgia. We'll check out once again, continue with the Ford Drive to kickoff. Georgia and Auburn coming up here on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Slot right, blue 42, hot. Great quarterbacks are rare. They're true leaders with a work ethic that never wavers and a desire to win that is second to none. We know a truck like that. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling truck 43 years straight. With impressive towing and payload, Ford F-150 makes tough jobs look easy. Visit your local Ford dealer and score a great offer on F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. Based on 1977 to 2019 calendar year total sales.
Hey, Dog fans. Coach Kirby Smart here. Do you have a game plan for flu season? Get ahead of the competition by getting a flu shot at Piedmont. It's the smart thing to do. Stop by any Piedmont primary care, quick care, or urgent care location and stay healthy all season long. Visit piedmont.org/UGA to learn more and book online. Piedmont Healthcare, more ways to better.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Now more than ever, it's important to support our local businesses, whether it's your favorite pizza place or your neighborhood barber. That's why I'm a proud member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Georgia's Own has been serving our local community for more than 85 years. Whether they are saving you money on a checking account or credit card, or supporting the people, places, and teams that we've grown to love, Georgia's Own can't be beat. To learn more, visit their website at georgiasown.org. I'm Chuck Dowdle, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
This is Hondo for Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. ESOG is like an offensive lineman, a great anonymous protector. ESOG offers triple protection warranty because ESOG is a licensed engineering firm, and ESOG guarantees the installation, the materials, and the design. And with ESOG, there's a 100% warranty on all the work that is designed by a licensed engineer.
Dial 678 ESOG now.
It's got to be the same this week. It can't just mean more because it's Auburn. It has to mean more because it's the next game.
You're going to be a top-tier program. You got to play in tough games like this.
We are more physical, and we are bigger, tougher, deeper, and stronger than anybody else on our schedule. Today is no different.
These Tigers have teeth, but they got a lot of cavities.
They've recruited well. They've got really good players. Top 10 team in the country.
It's always a good, big rivalry.
Frank's dancing in the pocket, going to be sacked back at the 8-yard line. A loss of 5. Comeback catch at the 8. Pickens. He's going to curl around and dive for the end zone. He got it. Touchdown in the left corner. Throws in, intercepted. Stokes. He's going to take it to the house. Zamir sidesteps a man. He's going to get into the end zone. Touchdown around the left edge.
It's time to play football here in the SEC for the Georgia Bulldogs.
Auburn couldn't get a playoff. We saved ourselves. No, we didn't. Old Lady Luck saved us. Old Lady Luck has defeated them.
I think if you ask somebody the week of the game, the team they're playing will have the most talent in the league. And then next week, that team will have the most talent. And then the next week, that team will have the most talent. And that's all Coach speaks. So thanks, Gus. He has the most talent in the SEC himself.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Welcome to play-by-play coverage of Georgia football. Bulldogs football is brought to you by Zaxby's. Stop in today for our famous fingers, wings, and salads. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Georgia United Credit Union. Score your official Bulldogs debit card today at gucu.org/GoDogs. Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Teen athletes need specialized care. Take them to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, the only nationally ranked program for teens in Georgia. State Farm. When you want the real deal like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And by Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs. Now to the Piedmont Healthcare broadcast booth. Alongside former All-American Eric Zier, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Georgia has 832 program victories in school history, 60 of those against Auburn. This is the 125th meeting in this great storied rivalry, and we've got the kickoff coming up right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
After 2 years of construction, my wife and I finally moved into our dream home. So when a bathtub fixture broke, causing major water damage, I was glad we had the home insurance protection we needed. How do you know your home is protected? Talk to a Country Financial rep like me, Nick Simon. We can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Then if something happens to your home, you won't have any surprises. Need the right coverage for your home but not sure where to start? Visit TakeSimpleSteps.com or contact a local Country representative.
Everybody remembers the amazing light show last year when we ran the Fighting Irish out of Sanford Stadium that made Georgia the envy of college football. I'm Kenny Mullins, business manager for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613. Every light in Sanford Stadium was installed by an IBEW electrician. We also light up the practice facility and many other buildings on campus. Learn more about the IBEW at IBEW613.org. Go Dogs!
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In football, it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection. To protect my home, I call the unbeatable combination for termite protection, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home with the Centricon system. Make the right call. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Love getting prices that are lower than low on food that's fresher than fresh? Then shop at Kroger. We give you more ways to save on the fresh you love with tools like the Kroger app, where you can find personalized coupons on top of weekly sales, giving you prices that are lower than the everyday low. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Right now, you can save on red, white, or black seedless grapes. They're a juicy treat and only 99 cents a pound with card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Tonight's coin toss brought to you by Georgia's own credit union, banking on purpose. Let's go down and get the details from Chuck Dowdle, who's on the field. Chuck. All right, Jason Carter flipped it. The Tigers called it. They got it. They have deferred, but they are going to kick. The Dogs will go on offense. Scott, I know what the calendar says, but from my way of thinking, there's never a bad time of the year to beat these kitty cats. Let's get it on. And now it's time to tee it up between the hedges. The opening kickoff presented by Georgia Power. Visit them at georgiapower.com/community. Power on, Georgia. Auburn to kick off. Zamir White, Kenny McIntosh back deep. Auburn all in white. Georgia in red jerseys, red hats, silver breeches. Anders Carlson backs away from the football. He's got it teed up on the 35-yard line as Auburn's kicking unit shifts. Carlson approaches, middle of the field kick, high, angling towards the far side, taken on the 4 by McIntosh, to the 15, to the 20, to the 25, through a gap, runs over a man at the 38-yard line, up across the 40. Another fine return by Kenny McIntosh. Smoke Monday made the stop. Is that the guy he ran through? He ran right through Smoke Monday. Kenny McIntosh had a full head of steam. Georgia will start on offense here against Auburn at its own 43-yard line. And Z, I know you liked a little Kenny McIntosh.
Boy, I like a lot of Kenny McIntosh. Just exploded up the field there, running right through people. And one thing I know for sure is we do pregame better than you. because this crowd of 22,000 people, they are ramped up. It sounds loud.
We're going to watch it all tonight from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here in the Munson Broadcast Suite. Georgia will work to our left. Stetson Bennett at quarterback under center. Everybody in tight. Handoff goes to Zamir White, trying to run behind the box. Big Ben Cleveland on the right side of the line of scrimmage. They push the pile across the 45 to about the 47-yard line. You can hear the crowd saying Zeus as he got the first carry of the ball game up to the 47, a gain of 4. Tackled by Owen Papo, the linebacker from Lawrenceville, Georgia, for Auburn's defense.
So I like the look of the Dogs coming out, just big man football there, getting a bunch set under center. Big strong push by Ben Cleveland.
2nd and 6 from the 47. Dogs in the shotgun with Bennett. He'll throw, and it's in and out of the hands of the tight end, Fitzpatrick. He had 2 men draped on him at the Auburn 43. Couldn't hang on to the football. Incomplete. Jamian Sherwood, the safety, was one of those men for Auburn. The incomplete pass will bring up 3rd down and 6 for the Dogs from the 47-yard line of Georgia.
Auburn press man-to-man right there. Single safety. Good thought. When you go back to the Kentucky game, Auburn, especially in the first half, a lot of soft coverage, the slants and any kind of inside routes. A lot of openings there. So that was game plan coming in. Good throw. Just didn't complete it.
James Cook in the backfield with Bennett in the shotgun. 3 receivers bunched to the left. Long ball down the middle to Fitzpatrick. Overthrew him and incomplete. Fitzpatrick was running ahead of the defense around the 30-yard line, but the ball sailed about 7 or 8 yards beyond that. So Georgia will go 3 and out, and the Dogs will have to punt here on 4th down from their own 47-yard line.
Yeah, Stetson had to get rid of that football just a hair before he wanted to, I think, which forced the overthrow. The pocket was collapsing in on him pretty quick.
Here's Jake Camarda, the current SEC Special Teams Player of the Week. Christian Tutt will stand back to return it for the Tigers as they load the line. And Georgia jumped. Flags and whistles.
False start. Offense, number 41. 5-yard penalty. Remains 4th down.
Auburn was in a punt safe look and then shifted everybody into a punt block formation, and that quick movement by the Auburn punt return team caused Georgia to jump there.
Well, that earned them 5 yards. We move back to the 42. Camarda, who averaged 50 in his punts against Arkansas last week, stands on his 28 to receive the snap. Tutt still stays on the 10. Here they come. Camarda gets it away. And hang on, flags and whistles again. They blow the play dead.
And I think
that may have moved again.
That one might be on Auburn. Auburn looked like they got a quick jump there.
Here's James Carter, the referee.
Offense, number 25. 5-yard penalty. Remains 4th down.
All right, we're getting an early repeat version of last week in Fayetteville. 2 penalties on our first attempt to punt the football. We've lost 10 yards, so we're back on the 37 now. Back-to-back false starts by the Bulldogs.
Game clock operator, please reset the game clock to 1409. 1409 on the game clock. Thank you.
So now Camarda to receive the snap at the 23-yard line. And Tutt will hover around the 12. Auburn comes after it again, but Camarda, oh my gosh, he kicked it into the end zone. Wow, he kicked it out of the end zone. Holy smokes. My goodness. Boy, that came off his foot just like a cannon. Holy smokes. Wow, what a touchback that was. That was a field flipper right there, and Auburn will start on the 20. Have you ever seen a ball come off a foot like that fast?
It's been a long, long time. It looked like a missile flying down the field.
Wow, what a kick by Camarda. Right now, come in and get exceptional offers on all BMWs in stock. Visit one of your Atlanta area BMW centers today for a test drive. BMW is a proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Go Dogs. Shotgun start for Nix for Auburn. And another flag down before Auburn could snap the football. Flag dropped on the 20 on the near sideline, and that may be a false start against the Tigers. Let's see.
Illegal snap. Offense, 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
Less than stellar beginning here in Athens tonight. We've played 59 seconds, and we've already had 3 penalties, 2 by us and 1 by them. But we had a kick that was, how far was that kick, Hondo? 63 yards? My goodness. And it was all in the air. And it landed about halfway deep in the end zone. So Auburn,
another one.
Now on the 15. Yeah, another flag. And that was the right tackle moving early.
False start. Offense number 59. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Brodarius Ham out of Griffin. Head linesman might just want to keep that flag out of his pocket, keep it in his hand. Let's check in with Chuck on the sidelines. Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck.
Hey, Scott, we may be socially distancing, but the crowd noise is really affecting Auburn. I'm telling you, it really matters. This small crowd is making a lot of noise.
All right, so it's 1st and 20 now for the Tigers back on their own 10. Nix in the shotgun, one back formation. Throws it to Schwartz behind the line of scrimmage. He gets back to the 10 and up to the 12 before he's hit by Monty Rice for one. And who else was in there? It was Herring was in there also. Monty Rice initial contact. And Malik Herring in on the stop. Last week, Rice had only 3 tackles. He was Georgia's leading tackler last season. Had 3 stops against the Razorbacks last week. 2nd down and 18 for the Tigers. They'll run it, and they'll make up some of that lost ground due to the penalties with Tank Bigsby, the freshman, around the right side, running just to the inside of the hash mark, up the field across the 20 to the 21. Dean and Scene on the stop for the Bulldogs. Ball's on the 21. That was a gain of 9. So it's 3rd and 9 now for the Tigers.
A little bit of confusion on that 2nd down play from Georgia. We had to run. I think it was Nolan Smith off the field late. Looks like we never really got lined up. Auburn, a run play. They didn't run the ball very much, only 91 yards last week, but pretty successful run there.
Our defense is moving around. See no one with their hand on the ground. Everybody in an upright stance ready to attack. We bring 4. Nix in trouble. Steps between the defenders. Throws on the run. Paul batted in the air and almost caught by Auburn and then almost intercepted. And it's going to hit the ground and be incomplete. Everybody had a shot at that one. And as it turns out, the ball just lands on the turf, and Auburn will have to kick it away on 4th down.
Well, an amoeba defense, just like you said, nobody's hand on the ground. We end up rushing 4, but all 4 came to the left-hand side of the Auburn offensive line. Had a man running free. I'm not sure who was running free, but a clean shot. We missed Bo Nix, but Bo Nix, who's taking care of the football, throws one into traffic there, and lucky that wasn't picked off.
LeCount was the guy that tipped the ball up in the air on Nix's pass attempt, but no one was able to catch it. Here's Auburn with Oscar Chapman, a freshman, to kick it, and Kieris Jackson to return it. He'll come up, make the catch at the 39. Sidesteps one man, then hit and knocked the other way at the 42. He bounces right back up, took a good hard pop after about a 3 or 4 yard return. And the Dogs will have the football. 40-yard kick, 3-yard return. Dogs ball. First quarter, we're scoreless. Georgia and Auburn at Sanford Stadium. Back after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Whether it's Monday, Tuesday, Hump Day, Taco Day, or any other day, every day is the day to save at the Toyota Today's the Day sales event, where you can get a great deal on the entire Toyota lineup until November 2nd. Contact your local Toyota dealer today.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on a new 2020 Toyota RAV4. Offer valid through November 2nd, 2020. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $1,667 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
When you are the official sponsor of the comeback, adding a few feet to a drive matters.
First down.
So does shaving 1/10 of a second off a lap. Top-rated surgery, physical therapy, and motion analysis by the sports medicine team at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta helps teen athletes not only prevent injuries, but heal faster and return stronger, ready to win. Our more than 20 orthopedic and sports medicine locations are ready to assist your athlete's comeback. To learn more, visit choa.org/sportsmed.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey, Hey Bulldog fans, Coach Smart here. My friends at Georgia United Credit Union now offer Georgia Bulldogs Visa debit cards. Now you can show your team pride everywhere you go and spend. Pick your favorite design and score yours today. Georgia United makes banking easy, friendly, and smart for busy members like myself. Attack the day with a free checking account that pays big interest. It's the smart choice. Visit at gucu.org/Go Dogs for important account information. Insured by NCUA. Georgia United, the official credit union of Georgia Athletics. Make your first play of the season a smart one. Get a fast and easy sports physical right around the corner from Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens. With 27 locations offering extended hours and most open 7 days a week, you can book online to get in, get out, and get on your way to a championship year. Visit piedmont.org/UGA to schedule a sports physical today. Patient care services provided by Piedmont Healthcare. Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens. One stop to better.
Along with Eric Zier and the rest of the crew, Scott Howard with you here in the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth at Sanford Stadium. Neil Williamson, Chris Schiavone, Tony Schiavone, Jay Black, Chuck Dowdle on the sideline. Gang's all here and ready for a good night of college football. We're scoreless here early in the first quarter, Georgia and Auburn. The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SEC football is back on Sirius XM. You've got 24/7 talk and analysis on Sirius XM SEC radio, as well as live play-by-play. So try them out for free on your phone, online, and at home, and take your team with you anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/SECSXM. Dogs will start this possession on the 42-yard line. Georgia in red tonight. Red jerseys, silver breeches. Auburn all in white jerseys, pants, and hats. And neither team stellar on offense in that first possession of the game. In Georgia, a couple of penalties on special teams before Camarda jacked one for 63 yards. And then Auburn couldn't get started. They kind of were stepping in their own way as they worked on their first offensive possession.
Yeah, we talked about it last week. The disrupted offseason. It's going to take a while to get the rust off of these offenses, especially when you're going against some of the elite defenses in the country. You could tell everybody that the nerves are out there. There's a lot of excitement in the stadium right now. Both offenses, especially Georgia, we just need to calm down and go play our game.
There's a review going on right now with referee James Carter. We weren't alerted to that, but they're taking a look at the review. Was there a targeting penalty in there somewhere they were looking at? No indication from the referee. He may be making an announcement right now. Let's see.
The punt play was reviewed for a targeting foul. Number 21 of the kicking team, personal foul targeting. Number 21 will be disqualified. We have 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. First down, Georgia.
That's Smoke Monday. He's a starting safety from Atlanta for Auburn, and he's disqualified from the game in the first 2.5 minutes of competition. And Georgia gets 15 yards tacked on from the 42, so they'll start this drive at the Auburn 43-yard line.
Boy, this trend of great field position continuing. Had a great kickoff return. Really started in our first drive in very good position, and now get it inside the 50-yard line, or on the 42-yard line, 43-yard line going in right now. See if the Dogs can take advantage of it.
All right, the offense comes off the sideline. Ejection for one of Auburn's starting defenders. And the Dogs offense waiting at the Tiger 43. Stetson Bennett at quarterback. McIntosh in the backfield. Pickens on the near side as one receiver. And then Burton on the far side in tight. And the tight end is in a wing off the right. Pickens goes in motion in front of Bennett. He tosses it to him. George around the right side looking for space. McIntosh with a nice block. Not a lot of space for Pickens as he runs out of bounds on the Auburn sideline. Inside the 40. Looks to be around the 38-yard line. So a gain of 5 for the Bulldogs. It'll be second down and 5 as Pickens took it from left all the way across the field to the right side and got to the Auburn 38-yard line.
Yeah, we talked about the need to be able to get outside, contain. Auburn was hurt last week by Kentucky in the first half on the edge. They lost contain a couple of times. Dogs there, able to get outside. Nice first down pickup.
Shotgun snap to Bennett, gives it to McIntosh. Auburn misses a leg tackle. He fights through the line of scrimmage, spins past the first down marker, and gets the first down for the Dogs. Kenny McIntosh with a nice inside power run down to the 32-yard line. That's a Scana Energy first down for the Dogs.
That's another run right behind Cleveland and McClendon, but you're right. That was all effort there by Kenny McIntosh. Great run to get the first down.
He got 6. Jamian Sherwood, the safety, made the tackle. Here's Bennett now on first down. Will throw down the middle, and pass batted away and broken up around the 15, trying to get it to Kearis Jackson. Tight coverage by the safety, Jordan Peters, a senior from Muscle Shoals, Alabama, for the Tigers. It'll be second down and 10 for the Dogs from the Auburn 32.
Just a hair late there by Stetson Bennett. Should have let that football go just a split second earlier, allowed Auburn to catch up and close in coverage.
Trey Hill up over the football for the Dogs. Right hand on it. Ready to snap it in the shotgun to Bennett. He does. A delayed pass by Bennett trying to go on the far side. It may have been tipped at the line of scrimmage. Trying to go to Rosemy on an out to the right sideline. Roger McCreary in coverage. And the pass is incomplete. James Cook had come in the ball game. It looked like Bennett was going to, like they wanted to run a draw play or something like that.
It was actually corner fire. I think we missed the side adjust outside. Stetson Bennett saw it. He was throwing a side adjust, which was just a hitch, and we missed it on the outside.
3rd and 10 for the Bulldogs on the Tigers' 32-yard line. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Cook in the backfield with Bennett. Shotgun formation. There's the snap. Here come the Tigers. Bennett rolls to the near side, looking, throws on the run, slings it. He got an open man at the 15, makes the catch, Kearis Jackson, and tumbles on his knees out of bounds on the near sideline. Terrific play as Bennett stretched it out. Auburn came with power. He ran away from the sack attempt and got it to Jackson on the fly. Got the first down, a Scana Energy first down to the 15. A gain of 17 yards as the Dogs jump into the Massey Ferguson red zone at the Auburn 15.
Boy, just a fantastic play there by Stetson Bennett. Auburn brought the house.
First time out of the half.
Auburn brought the house there. They had a couple of guys running free. Stetson Bennett able to reverse out and buy himself a little bit of time, and then full go, running to his left, throwing across his body, delivered a strike.
That may be when he's at his best. Timeout on the field, 11:18 to go. Georgia and Auburn scoreless in the first. The Dogs are threatening when we come back on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Core Power's the official protein drink of Georgia football. Fueled by 26 grams of high-quality protein, your workout will never go to waste. Work hard, recover harder with Core Power, the official protein drink of Georgia football.
Recruiting is a vital part of team building. Recruiting also plays an important role in protecting my home from termites with Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Termites eat the bait in the Centricon stations, then eagerly recruit other termites to also feed on the bait, thus eliminating the termite colony. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Call Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Northside Hospital reminds you to stay safe and stay healthy during the pandemic. It's easy to do a few simple things every day. Wash your hands frequently and disinfect hard surfaces in your home. Don't touch your eyes, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands. Always wear a mask in public and wash your hands before and after removing your mask. And if you're in a crowded place, stay at least 6 feet apart from others. For more information and CDC safety guidelines, go to northside.com/COVID-19.
This is Coach Kirby Smart. More than any other game, football is a combination of power, agility, and toughness, mental and physical. The same is true with the truck I drive, Ford F-150. Whether it's attacking the workday or the weekend, F-150 makes tough jobs look easy. That's why Ford F-Series is America's best-selling truck 43 years straight. See your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of UGA football. The Georgia Bulldogs and F-150, built Ford tough.
Based on 2019 calendar year total sales. Core Power's the official protein drink of Georgia football. Fueled by 26 grams of high-quality protein, your workout will never go to waste. Work hard, recover harder with Core Power, the official protein drink of Georgia football.
Welcome back to the game. Brought to you by Zaxby's, the official chicken of sports fans.
We're with you here in the Piedmont Healthcare Radio booth at Sanford Stadium. Let's pause. Station identification here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Georgia on the Auburn 15-yard line inside the Massey-Ferguson red zone. Experience the compact utility tractors that will take you through the season strong. 1st and 10 Dogs on the Auburn 15. 6th play of the drive coming up. This one started at the Auburn 43-yard line after a punt and a targeting penalty against the Tigers. Bennett in the shotgun. Zamir White in the backfield takes the handoff, steps over a tackler at the 15 and runs for 5, maybe 6 more. Inside the 10 to the 9. 6-yard run, stepping over people. Zeus.
Boy, nifty run right there by Zamir. You're right, sidestepping people the entire way.
Here's a throw in the left flat to Jackson. That's going to lose yardage as he slips a little bit. They're trying to run a receiver screen over here on the near side. And Kieras caught it around the 12, and Auburn had a man there to take him down. Loss of 3 on the play. It's going to be 3rd down for the Dogs. 3rd and 8. Sherwood, the guy that came up to make that tackle for Auburn.
Yeah, Dogs trying to go fast there, just a bubble screen, but Sherwood sniffed that out right from the jump.
So now on 3rd and 8 from the Tiger 12, we'll put 2 out to the right and 2 to the left. White stays in the backfield with Bennett in the shotgun. Snap. Bennett drops back on the 20, looks left, throws it. Little crossing pattern to Zeus. He caught it at the 10, sidestepped a man down to the 5, inside the 5. 1st down, Dogs down to the 3-yard line. Broke a tackle of Britt, the terrific linebacker for Auburn, and then it was Sherwood that made the stop inside the 5. Here's the handoff. Dogs go quickly. Zeus pushing his way with a man on top of his head. He's driving him to the 1-yard line.
Boy, Zeus looks like a different man right now. Very quick and agile, a lot of nifty moves, also running with power, but a great job out of the backfield on that 3rd down completion. Just an angle route. We cleared out with the tight end. He had a lot of green grass, but it was the run after the catch. It was so impressive.
Now we've got big Jordan Davis in this offensive formation. He's going to be an extra lineman to the left. Power formation and a big fullback too, tight end. Easy waltz into the end zone, handoff to Zeus. Touchdown Georgia, and the Dogs lead it 6-0.
Boy, right behind Sawyer and Schaefer, and it was a huge hole. Just a walk-in. Pretty impressive drive there by your Georgia Bulldogs.
Well, that was definitely the jumbo package there as Zeus practically untouched as he went the final 1.5 yards into the end zone for the first score of the ball game. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Here's the point after try by Jack Podlesny. There's the snap, the hold by Camarda. The kick is up and good into the net. And it's 7-0 Dogs with 9:31 to go in quarter number 1.
Boy, impressive drive there by the Dogs, and a lot of different looks coming from Coach Monken. You saw a jet sweep, a couple of bubble screens, pushing the football downfield, running the football pretty well on that drive as well, and able to get outside of contain, get to the edge. But the big boys up front, what a great job on that drive.
And here are the numbers on that drive. 10 plays, 43 yards, took 2:56 off the clock. The scoring play was a 1-yard touchdown plunge by Zamir White to give Georgia the 7-0 lead. That's your Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. 9:31 remaining first quarter. Georgia with a 7-0 lead, and we go down to the Cooks Pest Control sidelines with Chuck Dowdle. Chuck.
Well, guys, I got to tell you, watching Zamir White from down here, when he takes the ball between the tackles, he is so quick with his cuts. For these guys, these defenders, it's like trying to tackle Jell-O in a phone booth. If any of you remember what phone booths are.
That's an interesting analogy there. Jell-O in a phone. I've never tried to tackle Jell-O anywhere, much less in a phone booth, but we understand exactly what you're saying, Chuck. Here's the kick by Georgia from right to left, deep in the end zone. Auburn will let it go, and they'll take the touchback, and the Tigers will have it at the 25. We are with you from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth in the Munson Broadcast Suite here inside the Dan McGill Press Box in Sanford Stadium at Dooley Field. Everybody's got a name on something, don't they? And Georgia with a 7-0 lead.
Bo Nix, 1 out of 2 on that first drive. Auburn hurt with a couple of penalties, so they were operating out of a bit of a hole on that initial drive. But Bo Nix lucky on that first drive. He didn't have his first interception in over 200 attempts.
1st and 10 on the 25 for Auburn. Nix in the pocket, going to run up, breaks one tackle, can't get away from the second. Jordan Davis dragged him down. Devontae Wyatt forced him up, got a piece of him, and then Jordan Davis able to get the Auburn quarterback to the turf after only a 1-yard gain to the 26.
Dogs played cover 2 there, only rushing 4 and able to collapse the pocket on Bo Nix.
Nix in the shotgun, one back in the backfield. That's Tank Bigsby. He's their biggest back. He's far from a tank, but he's their biggest back at 6 feet 204 from LaGrange, Georgia. Auburn working from left to right. Quarterback draw, Nix. Runs up behind the line, kind of hesitates. He slammed on the brakes. A lot of red jerseys there, and Nix wrapped up by a couple of them. It was Nolan Smith that pushed him into the stack, and then Jordan Davis with a second consecutive tackle as the big nose man, 6'6" and 330 from Charlotte, jams up the guts, and they stop Nix for no gain. It's 3rd and 9 again for Auburn from their own 26.
Dogs again just in cover 2. I think Auburn was expecting some kind of man-to-man. Nowhere to go on the quarterback draw.
One receiver left, 3 to the right. Nix in the shotgun. Now 2 giant steps up to the line to talk to his men. And now back in position, takes the snap. Here comes pressure. He avoids it, rolls to the right, looking, throws on the run across his body, and overshoots his man. The intended guy was DJ Williams out of the backfield near midfield, overthrew him. N'Kobe Dean was in coverage downfield, and Adam Anderson had some intense pressure on Nix that forced him out of the pocket and rolled to the right, and he just heaved it downfield incomplete. And the Tigers will have to punt it again from their own 26.
Yeah, Anderson came unblocked there off the edge. Took a pretty poor angle, actually, which allowed Bo Nix to be able to get outside. But that great closing speed by Adam Anderson had Bo Nix on the run, full speed. Made it a very difficult throw.
Chapman with the punt. Dogs come after it, kicks it to the right. Fair catch called for by Kieris Jackson. Bends the knees, goes low to make the catch at the 36-yard line, maybe the 37 where they spot it. So a high hanging punt, a fair catch by the Dogs. 42 yards on the kick by Chapman and Auburn. Timeout with 7:56 remaining first quarter. Georgia 7, Auburn nothing on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
These days I'm spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on the smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
Geico presents Monster Counseling.
Dracula, tell me how you're feeling.
No one understands how lonely it is. No one will even let me into their house. I knock and I knock, but they ignore me.
Uh-huh. What else?
I look in the mirror and I don't even see myself anymore.
If you don't see yourself clearly, can you really expect others to?
I'm having a breakthrough.
It's not easy to be a vampire, but with Geico, it's super easy to switch and save hundreds on your car insurance.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
I'm Monty Watson, UGA alum and chairman and CEO of the Piedmont Bank. As a banker, I know numbers, and the numbers that matter most to us Georgia fans are the numbers that are on the scoreboard when the clock runs out. But in business, there's no scoreboard and the clock never stops. That's why at Piedmont Bank, banking is more than the numbers. Our business customers know they're ranked number one, and that means we never stop helping them reimagine their businesses in Georgia and beyond. Get to know us today at piedmont.bank/UGA. And most importantly, go Dogs.
At
At Subway restaurants, deals are delicious. And right now, you can choose from 2 great deals on delicious meals. Get a 6-inch cold cut combo, spicy Italian or Black Forest ham, plus chips and a 20-ounce drink for just $6. Or choose a 6-inch chicken and bacon ranch melt, sweet onion chicken teriyaki, or steak and cheese, plus chips and a 20-ounce drink for just $7. Either way, you get a great deal on a delicious meal. Only at Subway restaurants. Limited time only at participating restaurants. Additional charge for extras plus applicable tax. No additional discounts or coupons may be applied.
Did you know that right now Geico is offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies? That's on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. Georgia 7, Auburn nothing. First quarter here in Athens tonight. 7:56 remaining in the first period. Georgia will start this next possession on its own 37-yard line. Piedmont Healthcare along with the Bulldogs once again this year, and we thank them for being back with us. Piedmont Healthcare, connecting you with great care every step of the way. With confidence, we move forward. With heart, we keep carrying on. So Auburn without a first down thus far here in the opening period. They've only mustered 2 yards through the air, 12 total yards of offense, so 10 on the ground. The Dogs with 48 yards to start the ball game, 28 through the air, 20 on the ground, and they only score a Zamir White 1-yard touchdown plunge for Georgia. First and 10 on the 37 for the Dogs. Cook in the pistol, 3 receivers wide to the right for the Dogs as they work on the near hash, moving to our left. Bennett in the shotgun, hands it to Cook. He's got a hole at left guard, and he takes advantage of it, runs right up the hash to the 43-yard line, stopped by the linebacker McLean and the safety Sherwood for Auburn.
For just an inside trap there right behind Schaefer. Another huge hole opened up by this Georgia offensive line. Looks like a completely different unit from last week.
6-yard gain for Cook, who had some trouble in that first half against the Razorbacks last week. Had a fumble in the ball game. He's the lone setback now as Bennett goes under center. Handoff Cook looking for space. Got it again. 45. Oh, just tripped up at midfield. He got the first down and was off to the races, but a man got his legs. Jacoby McLean prevented perhaps a touchdown run, but we did get the Scana Energy first down, and Warren McClendon with a nice block at right tackle, the redshirt freshman from Brunswick on the right edge for Georgia's offensive line. First and 10 Dogs at midfield after the 7-yard run by Cook. Shotgun snap to Bennett. A high one, pulls it down, gives it to James. Cook again with positive yards, just running between the tackles and the guards and pushes his way into Auburn territory to the 45. A 5-yard gain. Tackle made again by Valdosta, Georgia native Jacoby McLean, the junior linebacker for Auburn. Zamir White now checks into the ball game to give Cook a bit of a breather.
This Georgia offensive line has got Auburn's defensive line on skates right now. Every time we hand the football off, there's just ample running room.
The big tight end, Washington, in the ball game too. He's going to block on a trap, and it opens up a big hole for Zamir right down the chute inside the 30. And they tackle him where? At the 28-yard line. Zamir White with a 17-yard burst and another Scana Energy first down for the Bulldogs. They'll move the sticks and set them at first and 10 Dogs at the Auburn 28-yard line.
Boy, another inside trap, something we didn't see a whole lot of last year. So different looks right now in the running game. Extremely effective as holes just opening up left and right.
Big Darnell Washington comes in motion, stops at a wing on the left side. Zeus in the backfield. Bennett gives it to him again. Keep doing it until they stop it, and they don't stop it this time. White driving with white shirts dragging on his legs, hanging on his hips, and he still pushes his way down inside the 25 to the 24-yard line. A gain of 4. Colby Wooden, defensive tackle, redshirt freshman from Lawrenceville, Georgia, makes the stop at the 24. But like I said, a 4-yard gain. It's 2nd and 6 for Georgia.
Yeah, just a zone run there. So get it to your running back and let him kind of pick the hole. But just the push continues to be impressive.
Pass to Demetrius Robertson. A screen to the left. He angles back towards the middle of the field, and he works his way to the 20 before a couple of guys converge. Britt being one of them, Wooden the other for Auburn. make the stop at the 20-yard line. He got 4 more. It'll be second manageable, third down, 3rd and 2 for the Dogs from the Auburn 20.
Boy, nice job there by Demetrius Robertson being patient. It was just an inside slip screen. The ball got out to him so fast he had to wait for his offensive lineman to come down and form a wall, but very patient.
7-0 Dogs first quarter. Play fake Bennett with time. He throws, gets rid of it quickly. Sliding catch. Kearis Jackson, feet first towards the sideline. He's safe at second base, and he's down to the 4.
Boy, you talk about the experience of Stetson Bennett. That was Stetson's 4th person in that progression. Everybody to the flooded zone was covered up. He comes all the way across the field. Outstanding job by that young man.
Dogs in the Massey Ferguson red zone once again, down to the 4 after a 16-yard pass and catch from Bennett to Jackson. Dogs threatening, leading 7-0, looking for more here. On the near hash, moving left, Bennett to throw, fade route. He threw it behind his man in the far corner. Jermaine Burton, the intended target, and he was covered up by Nehemiah Pritchett in the far corner. And the ball went behind him, Z. I'm not sure what the route was, but Bennett's, it looked like Burton was peeling off to his right towards the side of the end zone, and the pass went the other way.
Yeah, Burton ended up running an out route, but against press coverage, that converts to a fade. Stetson Bennett was trying to throw that just back shoulder. So another bust outside at receiver here. Has been a couple of times where Stetson's been hurt on that.
9th play of the possession for Georgia coming up. Dogs on the Auburn 4, 2nd down and goal. Bennett rolls to the right, throws, same area in the end zone, almost picked off, trying to get it to Pickens. Trying to force it in there against Roger McCreary, the very talented cornerback for the Tigers.
Yeah, and that one was on Stetson. We moved the pocket, trying to change the launch angle from Stetson Bennett, get him on the run, clear his vision. That football just thrown inside. We're lucky that wasn't picked off.
Cook in the game, Zamir out. Now Cook will go wide to the right side, and we'll go with an empty set for Stetson Bennett. 3 receivers right, 2 to the left on 3rd and goal from the Auburn 4. Dogs driving towards the west end zone, looking for more points. Snap to Bennett. Looks left, throws it left, and incomplete. They may have gotten a hand on it. I'm not sure. Sherwood may have tipped that pass away. He was trying to get it to Kearis Jackson, front left corner of the end zone. And the Dogs got to the 4 and had it goal to go there, but couldn't move any further.
Well,
we'll try a field goal here from short range.
That was just a great play there by Sherwood. That was a pretty well thrown football. Kearis Jackson just ran a quick out from that slot position, but Sherwood closed quickly in a diving attempt to block it away.
Jack Podlesny, 2 for 2 last week, 22-yard attempt here. It's up, it's high, it's good. Right between the pipes. And Jack puts 3 on the board. That's another All-State good hands field goal for the Dogs. Protecting you has no offseason. You're in good hands with All-State. Georgia now leads it 10-0 with an even 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. As Georgia's scoring drive was 11 plays and 59 yards. Took 3:56 off the clock. A 21-yard field goal officially for the Bulldogs. That's your Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered.
Dogs now averaging 5.9 yards per rushing attempt. 10 rushes for 59 yards. But that offensive line just doing an outstanding job right now. They've got the Auburn defensive line on skates. Schaefer up front is doing a fantastic job. McClendon a couple of big blocks. Big Darnell Washington in as well in a tight end position. Every one of them to the man having a nice game so far.
10-0 Dogs. Will send the kicking unit back out. Auburn will send 2 men back deep, and they will stand on the goal line. Tank Bigsby, one of them. He's on the near hash.
Bigsby and Tennyson are deep.
And Ladarius Tennyson on the far hash, the 2 deep men for Auburn. And it's Podlesny to kick it away from right to left for the Dogs. High end over end kick. Going to come down in the end zone about 4 or 5 yards deep. Auburn stayed right on the goal line and just ran away from it as it sailed over their head, and they'll get the touchback and start at the 25. Quicken Loans presents Rocket Mortgage. Hey, Georgia fans, if you want the competitive advantage to score a new home, Rocket can. Auburn trails 10-0. Third possession of the ball game for the Tigers coming up as they start once again from their 25-yard line. They've yet to churn out a first down.
Yeah, only 12 yards total offense, 10 rushing yards, 2 passing yards.
Nix in the shotgun, man in motion, Schwartz. They fake it and then throw it to Schwartz out on the left edge. He breaks one tackle up high around his shoulders. That was Campbell trying to get him down on the sideline. And he steps out of bounds at the 34. He got 9. And that was with sheer speed, turning the corner and running through the tackle attempt by Campbell.
Yeah, Schwartz just faked the jet sweep, runs a little swing pass designed to go to him the entire way. You'll see a lot of that from Auburn. Swing passes and screens. It's just an extension of their running game.
2nd and 1 for the Tigers on their own 34. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Bigsby in the backfield with Nix. Shotgun snap to the Tigers quarterback. Here comes pressure. They throw to the left side. It's tipped and juggled and caught, and I guess he stayed in bounds. Yeah, he did. While he was juggling and tipping and trying to catch that ball, that was Bigsby. Monty Rice almost picked it off, stepping in front of Bigsby. He was spinning and juggling that ball, but the freshman from LaGrange able to catch it and run up to the 45-yard line before he off balance, fell out of bounds. The gain was 11. That's the first Tiger first down of the ball game.
Boy, Monty Rice was in perfect position there.
Now they run it with Bigsby straight into the line of scrimmage, and we stack it up. Big Rochester, one of the guys in there, Ojolari, and about 2 or 3 other guys out of the stack. Malik Herring was in the pile, but it was, guess who? Big Jordan Davis jamming it up and making first contact for the Dogs in the middle. 1 yard was the gain on that play. It's 2nd and 9 for the Tigers now on their own 46. Scoreboard wants some noise from this crowd of around 22,000 or so. Spaced out properly. Dogs 10-0 lead here in the first quarter. Bring a man in motion to the near side. They fake the sweep, hand it off to Bigsby. He's got a pretty positive run across the 50 before he's slung to the turf on his back by Monty Rice and Quay Walker, who pulled him back up to the Bulldogs' 48-yard line. That's a 6-yard improvement for Auburn, and now they're facing 3rd and 3.
Well, Dogs puts the linebacker there, and Auburn, their play design went right to where we vacated the linebacker.
We're tied on the receivers defensively. And Nick's going to go with an empty set. 3rd and 3 from the Dogs' 48. Here comes pressure. Nix just throws it off his back foot, hangs it up in the air. Schwartz trying to find it, looking everywhere. He's got 2 men on him. He runs out of space. The ball lands about 6-7 yards out of bounds on the Georgia sideline.
Yeah, Bo Nix just had to throw that one up for grabs. Dogs brought pressure. Again, it was Walker on the blitz. Nobody picked him up. He came untouched. Bo Nix just had to heave it off of his back foot.
Yeah, Schwartz had his head on the Schwartz on a swivel. He couldn't find the football, but it was way out of bounds anyway. 4th down and 3 for Auburn from the Georgia 48. Now they'll fake like they're going for it, but Nix, he did this a couple of times last season. He'll drop back and pooch punt it, perhaps. He did that twice against Kentucky. They slide the tight end out to the left in a passing formation. Now they let the clock tick down. And Georgia holds their own.
The layup game. Offense, number 10. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
A lot of window dressing there by Auburn, trying to get the Dogs to jump so the Tigers could pick up the first down on a penalty, but the Dogs didn't bite. And Auburn will take a delay penalty, as you heard referee James Carter point out. Ball back on the Tigers' 47. Now they'll get their regular punter in there, Oscar Chapman, or at least one of their regular punters. They used Aiden Marshall and Chapman last week in the win over Kentucky, and Bo Nix, as we said. Pooch punted a couple from near midfield. Kearis Jackson, the deep man for the Dogs. He's on the 15 between the hash marks. There's the snap, and Chapman will get it away. Fair catch called for by Jackson, and he slides to his right, makes the grab at the 16-yard line of Georgia. 37-yard punt, and no return on the fair catch.
Well, good job there by Auburn of getting a couple of first downs, and at least for them flipping the field position. See if the Dogs here, we started to run the football past 2 series, that we've had the ball offensively, really done a nice job of moving it, but a couple of first downs right now important, so we, in worst case scenario, flip the field back on them.
First quarter recap presented by Ag South, Ag Georgia, and Southwest Georgia Farm Credit, the land loan experts. Georgia leads at 10-0, a 1-yard touchdown run by Zamir White, and then a 22-yard field goal by Jack Podlesny, and Georgia with 107 total yards, Auburn with 39 here in the first quarter with 93 seconds to go. We'll run it with Zamir White from the 16. He's hit at the 18, running straight ahead, and falls forward to the 20, a 4-yard pickup. Tyrone Truesdell, the big 326-pound senior tackle from Augusta, makes the stop for the Tiger defense.
Well, even 320 pounds can't push Zeus backwards right now. He got hit. Zamir did about a 1-yard gain, fell forward to pick up the additional 3.
Bennett in the shotgun, 2 receivers near side. We keep it on the ground with Zeus running behind Georgia's Trey Hill. And McClendon in there, and not a lot of space this time as Auburn jammed it up pretty good. The gain, they say 2 to the 22-yard line, so he had to fight for both of those yards. Daquan Newkirk, the senior from Orlando, defensive lineman for the Tigers, one of the first men to hit him. It's going to be 3rd down now for the Dogs, 3rd down and 4. As Cook has checked back into the ball game, into the backfield for the Dogs.
Dogs 3 out of 5 on 3rd down in this first quarter.
Georgia 3rd and 4 from our own 22. Burton slides in tight from the left side. Bennett looking left all the way, now throws it over the middle. Open is Kearis Jackson. Caught it at the 26 to the 30 to the 35. Between the hash marks, got the first down and a little bit more, actually a lot more, close to the 40. Hit there by Sherwood and Puckett in the secondary for Auburn, but they moved the chains in a hurry as we get late in the first quarter. Only 5 seconds to go, less than that. That should be the last play as Jackson carries it up to the 39-yard line. A 17-yard catch and run by Kearis Jackson, and the Bulldogs will end the first quarter on a high note. And a 10-0 lead. That makes it a little bit better. 15 minutes to go on the second quarter clock, and we'll start it when we come back. It's Georgia 10, Auburn nothing on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey, this is Trip Strickland at Georgia Metals, and we're so much more than metal roofing. We're steel buildings, metal fabrication, custom welding. We're everything metal. So for all your metal needs, call Georgia Metals, where quality steel matters.
No one gets you closer to SEC sports than SiriusXM. Tune in to shows on SEC Radio hosted by experts like Peter Burns, Chris Doring, Aaron Murray, and me, Jacob Hester. Plus, get conference news, analysts, and much more. From the all-season through the postseason, we've got your team covered anywhere you go. And now, you can try us out for free. Get a free trial to take your team with you on your phone, online, and at home. Start listening at SiriusXM.com/SECSXM.
Dogs fans want exclusive access to season previews and game day information heading into the upcoming season? Then be sure to log on to GeorgiaDogs.com to download the 2020 Georgia Football Digital Fan Guide. Get everything you need to know heading into the season at GeorgiaDogs.com.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Core Power's the official protein drink of Georgia football. Fueled by 26 grams of high-quality protein, your workout will never go to waste. Work hard, recover harder with Core Power, the official protein drink of Georgia football.
When you are the official sponsor of the comeback, adding a few feet to a drive matters.
First down.
So does shaving 1/10 of a second off a lap. Top-rated surgery, physical therapy, and motion analysis by the sports medicine team at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta helps teen athletes not only prevent injuries, but heal faster and return stronger, ready to win. Our more than 20 orthopedic and sports medicine locations are ready to assist your athlete's comeback. To learn more, visit choa.org/sportsmed.
This is Hondo for Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. If you have cracks in your interior walls, foundation walls, or water in your basement, ESOG can help you come up with a solution.
Dial 678 ESOG now.
Outstanding, clear, cool night here in Athens. Home opener for Georgia here in 2020. The Dogs, after one quarter of play, lead Auburn by a score of 10-0. Welcome back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here in the Munson Broadcast Suite. at Sanford Stadium. And dog fans, whether your favorite seat is right on the 50-yard line or comes with a bird's eye view, head to StubHub and grab 100% verified tickets so you know you'll get in. StubHub's been getting fans into the game for over 18 years and is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs. StubHub, be there. Georgia with a 1st and 10 coming up from its own 39-yard line. We'll flip the field. Now the Dogs in red will be moving to our right. And again, 10-0 Dogs. White with a touchdown, Podlesny with a field goal, and that's been the scoring for the Bulldogs tonight. Zeus had 41 yards rushing on 8 carries in that first quarter. You'd like to see that trend continue throughout, Z.
Boy, do you ever. Dogs right now extremely balanced, 130 total yards, 65 through the air, 65 on the ground.
Cook's in the backfield. Lone setback, Bennett under center. They run a man in motion, Kearis Jackson far side. Bennett with a play fake and a throw, and it's caught by Georgia at the 48-yard line of Auburn. And that is Jermaine Bennett, the freshman. Jermaine Burton, the freshman, with his first catch of the night at the Auburn 47-yard line. Pritchett the stop by the Auburn secondary. Dogs go quickly after the first down. We'll throw it again. Quick slant from the left side is complete around the 41, and that's Kearis Jackson on the catch with a man draped on him, Jordan Peters, who hit him immediately and made the tackle. But the gain was up to the 40. He got 7 more on the play. It'll be 2nd down and a long 3 to go for the Dogs.
Great recognition there. Auburn brought pressure with the linebacker off the slot receiver. There's a side adjustment on that play. Stetson Bennett actually aborted the fake and got it out in the quick slant side adjustment. Kearis Jackson saw it as well.
We send 2 men out to the left and 1 to the right. Pickens out wide to the left. Jackson goes in motion, give it to Cook on an inside trap. Cook running hard, finds a little seam, gets the first down, and down inside the Auburn 35 to the 33-yard line. Tackled by Jamian Sherwood, the safety, after a 7-yard pickup. And it's another Georgia first down. Ball on the Auburn 33.
Auburn starting to get more aggressive pressure there once again, but that inside trap, great job. I think it was Ben Cleveland that actually pulled with the kick-out block. And you start bringing pressure like that, you get to the second level, that's where big gashing runs take place.
Zeus in the ball game now in the backfield. Georgia with its 9th first down. Auburn's only got 1. Here's Zeus running behind a block from Cleveland again, who's plowing over white shirts, and Zeus just lines up in there behind him. Truesdale made the tackle, but Zamir White pushing the ball to the 28-yard line. That's 5 more in favor of the Dogs. It'll be 2nd and 5 for Georgia. The Tiger 28. Georgia leads it 10-0.
So many different looks right now from this Georgia offense. We've been under center, we've been in gun, different personnel groupings, a lot of different looks, all starting though just behind the power of this big offensive line.
Big Darnell Washington adding to that size on the right end. And Fitzpatrick in. 2 tight end set. High snap to Bennett. Pulls it down. Hands it to Zeus. They run left behind Fitzpatrick and Jamari Salyer. And Bennett, or rather White, going to push inside the 25. Another first down for Zeus. And they make the tackle at the 22-yard line. Sherwood in on the stop along with Wooden, the defensive lineman for the Tigers. Ball's on the 22, a 6-yard pickup for Georgia.
Already 10 first downs now by the Dogs early in the second quarter.
Dogs grinding it out, 77 yards on the ground thus far for Georgia. Out of the pistol this time. White lined up behind Bennett. Now he shifts to Bennett's left. Stetson takes the shotgun snap, hands it to Zeus. Picks his way carefully, not a lot of space there, maybe 1 yard, as Auburn crowded the line and KJ Britt was in there to make the stop. Newkirk was clogging up one of the gaps as well for the Tigers, and the gain is maybe a half yard. It's close to the 21. We'll call it 1. It's 2nd down and 9.
Yeah, Auburn having to sell out man-to-man on the outside, just dropping additional guys into the box to try to slow this Georgia running game down a little bit.
Z, your man Kenny McIntosh has checked in for the 10th play of this possession. Pickens is out to the left, and 3 receivers to the right for Georgia from the Tigers' 21-yard line. 2nd down, 9. Knocking on the door of the Massey Ferguson red zone. Snap to Bennett. Pressure. Oh, he's hit as he throws from behind and almost picked off on the near sideline. Bennett took a shot in the back by Zacoby McClain, the linebacker. Wow, no protection from the backside that time on the blitz, and Bennett paid for it, and it was almost picked off by Auburn. They had 3 white shirts in the area, and there were no red shirts anywhere to be found.
Yeah, and that one's on Kenny McIntosh. He is staying in on protection there. He does have a release if nobody comes, but took a really poor angle. So Stetson thought that was picked up.
And McIntosh is out and Cook is in. Bennett going to throw it left, hang it up for the corner, and touchdown! Touchdown on a diving effort, George Pickens.
Boy, we got one-on-one on the backside, and George Pickens is a beast to cover one-on-one. Got to step on the defender, and you can't throw that football any better if you're Stetson Bennett.
Bennett just floated it out in front of Pickens, down the sideline into the far corner of the end zone, and George outran the defender. That was McCreary in protection for Auburn, and then dove for the football and caught it sliding head first into the end zone for the score. Georgia with a 16-0 lead, and the point after try pending. A Georgia touchdown brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partners of the Georgia Bulldogs. And that was pretty.
Boy, what a fantastic ball there. Stetson Bennett let that thing go when George Pickens was not yet behind the defender, but then George just exploded.
21-yard touchdown catch. And the extra point is up and good. The streak continues on extra points for the Bulldogs. And Georgia tacks on 7 more. It's the Dogs 17. Auburn nothing. 11:08 to play. Second quarter in Athens. Back after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
These days I'm spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
Sir, you are now being placed on arrest for driving under an influence.
What does that mean? That means you've earned a night in the Gray Bar Motel. During your stay, you'll be photographed, fingerprinted, and given a stylish jumpsuit. And each room has an en-suite bathroom.
Is all this free?
Oh, no. Fines, court costs, and legal bills could add up to $10,000 or more.
Save your money for a real hotel. Drive sober, or we will pull you over.
This message brought to you by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Whatever you bring more. Whatever you personally bring to the SEC table, bring more. Get up earlier, sing and yell and stomp louder. Enough never is. Not here. Between the magnolias and the azaleas, legends and lore regale us, downright implore us. Bring everything you got, and then bring more.
Whether it's Monday, Tuesday, Hump Day, Taco Day, or any other day, every day is the day to save at the Toyota Today's the Day sales event, where you can get a great deal on the entire Toyota lineup until November 2nd. Contact your local Toyota dealer today.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on a new 2020 Toyota RAV4. Offer valid through November 2nd, 2020. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $1,667 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth, Munson Broadcast Suite here in Sanford Stadium at Dooley Field. Dogs 17, Auburn nothing. A terrific drive by Georgia moments ago, capped by a 21-yard touchdown catch from Stetson Bennett to George Pickens. The drive covered 84 yards in 11 plays, 5:26 on the clock. And that is the Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered.
Stetson Bennett, 10 out of 18, 107 yards. Got the one touchdown that he just completed to George Pickens, and Dogs continuing to run it well. 16 attempts, 84 yards in full, 191 yards total offense.
Dogs ready to kick it away. Jack Podlesny has it teed up on the 35. He'll kick it to the right. 2 men stand on the goal line for Auburn. Foot into the ball. This kick going to come down a little bit short. Taken on the 4 by Bigsby. Bigsby across the 10, 15, near hash. And he runs into an immediate stop. Disguised as a red shirt at the 21-yard line. That was Marcus Rosemy-Jack-Saint, the freshman receiver, with the tackle on special teams. Nice play by the freshman, and the ball will be at the Auburn 21. Missing Athens this season? Then we'll bring a piece of Athens to you. Visit harrydoghouse.com to learn how you can get a real part of the Sanford Stadium experience right at your own home gate. That's harrydoghouse.com. Auburn on the 21. Trailing 17-0. Nix in the shotgun. One back in the backfield. That's DJ Williams. Now Nix steps up, talks to his line. Play clock ticking. Play fake. Nix in the pocket with time and pressure. Throws a deep ball down the field and overshoots his man. He had Anthony Schwartz, the speedster, running downfield deep in Georgia territory. He was one-on-one with DJ Daniel, and he had a step on DJ, but the ball had 2 or 3 steps on Schwartz, and he overthrows his man, and it's a long incomplete pass.
Yeah, Bo Nix really never got his feet set there. Was still kind of shuffling up in the pocket. Had a nice clean pocket, but Schwartz had a couple of steps on us there, and Dogs catch a break.
2nd and 10 on the 21 for the Tigers. Schwartz in motion, then stops and comes back from where he came from. He pump fakes to the left. Nix rolls to the right, throws it low to the tight end. Caught at the waist by the big guy at the 20. And he's up to the 25-yard line. That's J.J. Pegues, the freshman, 300-pounder from Oxford, Mississippi, the tight end. Trayvon Walker, Devontae Wyatt on the tackle for Georgia. Brings up 3rd down for the Tigers, 3rd down and 6 for Auburn from their own 25.
There were 2 options on that screen pass. One was outside. Dogs did a good job of getting in position there. Then that a middle screen set up on it as well.
Tigers 0 for 3 on 3rd down opportunities tonight. They run the back. Williams out of the backfield. Line him up wide to the near side. Empty set. Shotgun snap to Nix. Looking, rolling to his right. Throws off his back foot. Nowhere near his target. Short hops the receiver, Schwartz, on the far sideline. We had Warren Brinson with pressure on the quarterback, the freshman defensive lineman from Savannah. And Nix, not a good throw at all. And it's an incomplete pass and 4th down for the Tigers. So now Auburn 0 for 4 on 3rd downs here in the first half.
Yeah, and Bo Nix is a little bit flustered right now. The Dogs have been doing a good job of applying pressure, but in the past 3 or 4 passes that Bo Nix has thrown, not once has he been able to set his feet and really drive through the throw.
Here's Aiden Marshall, different punter, high, long wobbler, going to come down to Kearis Jackson at the 25. He moves to his left, moves back to his right, trying to pull away from white shirts. And they'll bring him down around the 28-yard line, about a 3-yard return on a high-hanging 50-yard punt by Auburn. Dogs get the ball back, leading 17-0 over the Tigers. 9:53 to go, 2nd quarter in the 125th meeting between these two teams. Back after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with legendary Georgia Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Ballou.
Ken and I are teaming up to give back to the brave men and women of our military. Ken's going to donate $500 to one member of the military every Bulldog football game this season.
If you're a member of the military in Atlanta, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And somebody's going to win $500 every game.
One click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Love getting prices that are lower than low on food that's fresher than fresh? Then shop at Kroger. We give you more ways to save on the fresh you love with tools like the Kroger app, where you can find personalized coupons on top of weekly sales, giving you prices that are lower than the everyday low. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Now through October 18th, you can earn 2 times the fuel points when you shop Kroger Fridays through Sundays. Just download your digital coupon. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Dog fans. Coach Kirby Smart here. Do you have a game plan for flu season? Get ahead of the competition by getting a flu shot at Piedmont. It's the smart thing to do. Stop by any Piedmont primary care, quick care, or urgent care location and stay healthy all season long. Visit piedmont.org/UGA to learn more and book online. Piedmont Healthcare, more ways to better.
Hey, Georgia Bulldogs, let's talk about your home game setup. You're probably watching from your living room, which might double as your home office, and maybe even a bedroom. Well, with rates at historic lows, it's a great time to refinance with Rocket Mortgage and get cash out of your home. Cash which you can use to remodel a basement or a den into the ultimate fan cave. When you're ready to upgrade your home game, Rocket can. Get started at rocketmortgage.com. Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage partner of Georgia Athletics.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org number 3030.
Welcome back to coverage of the Bulldogs, brought to you by Zaxby's. Stop in today and let Zaxby's cure all your game day chicken cravings.
And welcome back to the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth, along with Eric Zier, Scott Howard, Chuck Dowdle on the sidelines. Georgia 17, Auburn nothing. 9:53 to go, second quarter. Time for the Meriwether and Tharp scoreboard update. Meriwether and Tharp, you have questions. We have answers. Florida winner over South Carolina today, 38-24. Alabama squashed Texas A&M 52-24. Those are finals. Mississippi State and Arkansas knotted at 7 in the second quarter in Starkville. Also in the SEC, LSU 14-0 on Vandy in the second. Tennessee a winner over Missouri today. Vols will be in Athens next Saturday. 35-12 was the final there in Knoxville. Clemson 3-0 on Virginia in the first. And Oklahoma 17-6 on Iowa State in Ames in the second. Here again, it's 17-0. Good guys. Dogs will start this possession on our own 28-yard line, leading it 17-0. I like saying that. Stetson Bennett in the shotgun. James Cook behind his left shoulder. James going to get it. Bounce around left side. Got a key block from Schaefer out on the edge. And Cook to the sideline, maybe a little shaken up. He was tackled awkwardly. Brought down around the 44-yard line by Sherwood. And Cook with his, he's got something going on with his right arm or shoulder or hand. He's going to come out of the ball game. Got to the 44-yard line. Sherwood tackled him by his arm. Dragged him down with that, and they'll take a look at him on the sideline. So we get Zeus in the ball game quickly.
Almost looks like it popped his shoulder out of joint. Sherwood did yank him down by the arm, but a great block there by Salyer. Opened up a nice hole.
16 yards and a first down for Georgia. Ball up on the 44. Zamir White play fake, whistles first, and a flag down at the line of scrimmage, and it's a false start on the Dogs.
Offense, number 1, 5-yard penalty, first down.
That was on Pickens. Well, we had 2 of those on our first punt of the game, 2 false start penalties, and we had gone quiet on the penalties since then. So that's our 3rd of the ball game. 9 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Dogs moving the ball solidly on the ground thus far. 100 yards even on the ground, 107 through the air. Split backfield, McIntosh and White back there with Bennett. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Shotgun snap, and is that a timeout or we get flagged for delay? I think we got a time.
Prior to the game, prior to the play clock running out, timeout, Georgia. First time charge out of the half.
Kirby will talk to Bennett.
Auburn
about watching that play clock tick down.
Yeah, Auburn had walked both linebackers up into the A gaps, and Stetson was trying to change the play, just lost track of the play clock, which is why we had to burn the timeout, and that's exactly the conversation Kirby's having with him.
And James Cook has gone to the locker room after that 16-yard run. He was tackled by his right arm, and Z pointed out it could have been something with his shoulder or wrist. I mean, he was hanging his right arm as he came to the sidelines. Let's check in with Chuck on the sidelines. Cook's Pest Control. Chuck.
Cook just sprinted into the Dogs' locker room and was being followed quickly by one of the equipment managers, but all the doctors stayed here. So and Ron Corson's here. So let's keep our fingers crossed and hope that all's well.
Yeah, well, good point. 1st and 15 for the Dogs, back on the 39-yard line for Georgia now. Burton in motion across the formation to the left. McIntosh in the backfield with Bennett. Stetson wants to throw, bounces in the pocket, deep ball down the middle. He's got Kieras. Can he get it there? Yeah, I think sitting down, he caught it. He slowed up to catch it at the 12 and just waited on it to drop out of the sky, and it finally did. Peters and Tutt caught up a little bit for Auburn, but Jackson with a big catch down in the Massey-Ferguson red zone all the way down to the 12-yard line. 49 yards on the pass play. Dogs go quickly. The chains aren't even set. Give it to Kenny Mack. He hits the left side at guard, hits the hole quickly, pushes the ball down to the 6, almost the 5-yard line.
Boy, the speed of Kieras Jackson on that deep post. Auburn tried to go a combo coverage on the inside, and Kieras just ran right through both of them.
2nd down for the Dogs. Nose of the ball, almost touching the Auburn 5 after Bennett's career-long pass play to Kieras Jackson, who would have scored in stride standing up, but the ball just didn't get to him. He outran it, had to wait on it, and then he got hit as he had to go low to catch it. Burton across the formation in motion left. Bennett under center. Lone setback is Zeus. White cuts behind a block from Salyer down to the 2-yard line. Also Fitzpatrick, the tight end, blocking on the left side. Britt with a tackle for Auburn. Darnell Washington and Salyer, key blocks on that left side, and Zeus just darted right behind him.
Yeah, another quick cut in the hole. As Chuck was mentioning earlier, Zeus just looks like a different running back right now. A lot of quick cuts, great vision, keeping his head up.
11 carries, 53 yards for Zamir White. Dogs inside the 5. 3rd down and short for Georgia from just between the 3 and 4. Stretch handoff to Zamir White. Lowers his shoulder, drives, spins towards the goal line. He's going to get the 1st down, not the touchdown, down at the 1. He got 2.5 yards or so, maybe a full 3. It's goal to go from inside the Auburn 1 for the Dogs.
Boy, just keep feeding them down here. They can't tackle him.
Pickens and Burton come out, and we'll go jumbo. They get Jalen Carter in there, the big freshman defensive lineman. He's in this formation. And Jordan Davis on the other side. Handoff with an I formation. Zeus, touchdown! Yes!
Boy, just too easy. You get all that beef up front, and the Dogs are just pushing the Tigers around.
Another big gaping hole left of center. And Zeus ran standing up upright into the end zone. They never got him to the turf. And it's almost 24-0 here in the first half. That touchdown brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Jordan Davis with a big block on the left side in that last jumbo formation. Jack Podlesny with the point after, and it is 24-0 as the Dogs get it done again. A 72-yard drive in 6 plays and a 1-yard touchdown run by Zeus. That's your Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Dogs are covering up Auburn here in the first half. 24-0, 2nd quarter. Back in a moment. Bulldogs Sports Network.
Napa know-how.
Get all the quality parts you need at your locally owned Napa. Because right now, when you order from Napa online, you can pick up curbside at your local store in just 30 minutes. Or get your order delivered direct to your door with free 1-day shipping and over 160,000 quality parts when you spend $35 or more. Quality parts delivered quickly and safely. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
At participating stores, standard ground shipping and exclusions apply.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown! Oh, man!
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score!
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it! Touchdown!
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
If you want to earn the highest wages and best benefits in the construction industry, go to GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. I'm Randy Bill, business manager of the Atlanta and North Georgia building trades. We have immediate openings for journey-level workers, as well as helpers and apprentices. Our tuition-free, earn-while-you-learn apprenticeship programs offer the best training in construction, giving you the skills that will pay your bills. Learn more today at GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. Transform your future today.
This is Hondo for Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. ESOG is like an offensive lineman, a great anonymous protector. ESOG offers triple protection warranty because ESOG is a licensed engineering firm and ESOG guarantees the installation, the materials, and the design. And with ESOG, there's a 100% warranty on all the work that is designed by a licensed engineer.
Dial 678 ESOG now.
We're in the Piedmont Healthcare Radio booth and liking what we're seeing tonight. Georgia 24-0, leading Auburn with 6:26 to go. Zamir White scores his second touchdown of the ball game. Stay tuned for the Breda Pest Management halftime report with Neil Hondo Williamson coming up shortly. The halftime report protected by Breda Pest Management. With Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs. Chris Schiavone was afraid of a big spider that had built a nest in this press box in our booth here a little bit early. I had to kill it for him.
He's still complaining about it over there, too.
He actually said eek. I couldn't believe it. I pulled his skirt up to about knee high. Here's the kick. Going to be taken by Auburn on the 9. Bigsby to the near side of the field, to the numbers on the near side, across the 20, the 25, and shoved hard into the Georgia bench as he goes sliding on the tarp under the Georgia players there. Amir Speed with the tackle and the shove out of bounds. And the return by Bigsby was not bad, up to the 32-yard line for Auburn. That's their best starting field position of the game, I believe. They trail 24-0, just unable to get anything going. Just 43 total yards, 1 first down against this terrific Georgia defense. Tigers on the 32. They're going to run it wide to the right side. Bigsby trying to bounce out. And he's able to turn the corner and turn upfield close to the 40. Tackled around the 38.5 perhaps by Quay Walker, the linebacker. Monty Rice, the linebacker for the Dogs. They spotted on the 38, a gain of 6 for Tank Bigsby, the freshman from LaGrange.
Yeah, Dogs just got caught inside there. Actually had a decent push, but Malik Herring was on the outside and just took an inside route.
Little misdirection, play action. They throw it to Schwartz on the left side. Anthony Schwartz tries to bounce outside. He runs out of space and shoved into the boundary on the sideline by DJ Daniel at the Auburn 47-yard line. And that's first down number 2 of the night for the Tigers as they pick up 9 yards on that play up to the 47. Tigers with 5:32 to go in the half and have yet to score. They're down 24-0. Nix play fake. He keeps it. And he gave Nolan Smith a bit of a move to get some extra yardage, and he gets across the 50 into Georgia territory. Monty Rice chasing after him and into the sideline on this near side of the field to the 46-yard line. And a pickup of 7 for the Auburn quarterback. It'll be 2nd and 3 for the Tigers from Georgia's 46.
Yeah, again, the Dogs, prior to that snap, just a little bit confused and trying to get proper alignment.
4 down linemen for the Dogs. They bring 5. Nix will throw far sideline, one-on-one coverage, and flags down. The pass is incomplete. Trying to get it to Seth Williams with Tyson Campbell covering, and that's more than likely going to be interference on Georgia.
Yeah, Tyson was in great position, just never got his head turned around for the football.
Pass interference, defense, number 3, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Seth Williams, who had a record 13 catches in the loss to Georgia last year, 13 for 121 yards. He never found the end zone, but he had those 13 catches, a personal best. Has yet to catch the football tonight. In fact, they haven't even been able to target him a whole lot. That may be one of the first targets of the night. But Auburn gets the penalty and up to the 31-yard line of Georgia. 1st and 10 there. Play fake. Nix throws. There's Seth Williams again targeted. Catches it on the sideline. In or out of bounds. They say the catch is good. They're going to talk about it. The officials at the 15 or 14. Now a third man will join. Was he juggling? Did he get his feet in?
Boy, it looked like he was juggling it from
They're discussing
our vantage point here. Yeah.
And they say he was juggling. The head linesman gave the juggling signal from the referees.
It's an incomplete pass. The previous play is under review.
Well, after that conversation between the three officials, now they're going to go make them prove it. So they'll take a look at it.
Replay has confirmed that the pass is incomplete. It'll be 2nd down.
Boy, that's a great job by that replay official.
They don't even have to take a look at it. They were looking at it from another location. There's 3 guys looking at it in Birmingham and then another replay official here in the stadium. So the officials never had to leave their position on the field. They got confirmation quickly. So an incomplete pass, 2nd down and 10 coming up, as both teams had started to go into an impromptu timeout, and both teams had those broken up quickly. Auburn on the Georgia 31-yard line. Deepest penetration of the game by the Tigers. They trailed 24-0. Less than 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. Nix in the shotgun. Bigsby offset to his right. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left and tight. Snap to Nix. Pressure from one of the linebackers. Able to get the ball off. Caught at the 30. Bigsby to the 20. Bigsby down the far hash inside the Georgia 15. Tackled by Richard LeCount inside the 15. Quay Walker just came scurrying after Nix on the blitz. Was unable to get to the Auburn quarterback, and he found Bigsby open. And Bigsby with a nice run after the catch all the way down to the 12-yard line. And that's a gain of 19 and a 1st down for the Tigers.
Boy, Walker almost had him too. That was a great throw by Bo Nix, sprinting backwards to get away from Walker.
Longest play of the game by the Tigers. Bigsby clobbered on the left edge by Azeez Ojulari. Helmet right in the chest and just bent Bigsby back at the 15-yard line. Wow, what a tackle by the Georgia linebacker.
Well, that's 2 in a row at the end of that last run, the catch and run. Ojulari blew Tank Bigsby up and just got him again.
Lost 3 on the play. 2nd and 12 for the Tigers. Ball on the Georgia 15. Slow snap to Nix. Hangs it up. Flyer out or fade route to the left corner. And it was Seth Williams going up for it. He had it in his hands. When he hit the turf, it came out. It's incomplete.
Boy, Seth Williams is just a monster out there on the outside. He's so big and strong and goes up to get the football. Didn't come down with that one, but he is tough to cover.
DJ Daniels got that job too, Z. That's a tough night for him. All right, 3rd and 12 for the Tigers. Williams going to go to the right side this time for Auburn. 3 receivers left, 2 to the right, empty set. Tigers 1 for 5 on 3rd down here in the half. This is 3rd and 12 from the Georgia 15. We look like we're going to bring a bunch. We've got 6 across the line, and we bring them all. Here they come. Nix gets rid of it, but wait a minute. Officials will blow the play dead because Auburn called timeout.
Before the snap, 2nd charge timeout of half, Georgia. Correction, Auburn.
So Auburn on 3rd and 15 or 3rd and 12 with Georgia bringing a blitz. Got a timeout in there before the snap of the ball. 3:54 to go in the second quarter. Georgia 24, Auburn nothing. Timeout back in a few seconds right after this on the Bulldog Sports Network.
Dealing with constant changes, not easy. Letting go of my inner perfectionist, not easy. But crossing a few things off my financial to-do list, surprisingly simple.
Regent's tools and advice make it easy to manage your money. From podcasts and webinars to budget and savings calculators, we'll help you find your financial comfort zone.
Those few little financial tweaks have made a big difference.
Check off some financial to-dos at regents.com/bravethebeginning. Regents Bank, member FDIC, official bank of the SEC.
In football, it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection. To protect my home, I call the unbeatable combination for termite protection, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home with the Centricon system. Make the right call. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
At BMW, we made the ultimate range of SAVs. And because each of the 7 X-Range sports activity vehicles flawlessly balance dynamic power, spacious size, and sleek design, you can choose from a fleet that fits perfectly into your life. Like the versatile and bold X1, the unbelievably powerful X3, or the luxurious X7. No matter who you are, no matter where you're going, no matter what's next, there's an X to take you there.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com for great offers. Go Dogs.
At Subway restaurants, deals are delicious. And right now, you can choose from 2 great deals on delicious meals. Get a 6-inch cold cut combo, spicy Italian or Black Forest ham, plus chips and a 20-ounce drink for just $6. Or choose a 6-inch chicken and bacon ranch melt, sweet onion chicken teriyaki, or steak and cheese, plus chips and a 20-ounce drink for just $7. Either way, you get a great deal on a delicious meal. Only at Subway restaurants. Limited time only at participating restaurants. Additional charge for extras, plus applicable tax. No additional discounts or coupons may be applied.
3:54 remaining quarter 2 in Athens. Georgia 24-0 over Auburn. Let's pause for station identification on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. In Starkville, Mississippi tonight, Arkansas with a 14-7 lead on 16th-ranked Mississippi State. They are in the second quarter there. Here it's 24-0. Let's go down to the sidelines as Georgia leads, and we send it down to Chuck on the Cook's Pest Control sidelines. Chuck.
Scott, I just got the official word on James Cook. It is his right shoulder, but they're just saying that he's out for now. I think there is some hope that perhaps they could get him back. He did sprint in like he thought it was urgent to get in there. Maybe he could get back out and play.
All right, well, possible good news if we see the return of James. 3rd down, 12 for Auburn on the Georgia 15. 3 down linemen in Georgia's defensive formation. The linebackers creep up a little bit. Nix talks to his line. Empty set, 4 receivers left, 1 to the right. Nix will throw with a clean pocket. Oh! Boom! Oh, my goodness. Flags come in, might be targeting. Auburn's player hit at the 5, knocked his mouthpiece out. The pass was incomplete. Shedrick Jackson got clobbered. He got lit up by Richard LeCount at the 5. And flags came in from the end zone by the officiating crew. Wow, what a hit. I mean, you could see, I don't know if it was it
looked like an ear pad
or his mouthpiece.
Targeting. Defense, number 2. The previous play is under review.
They'll take a look at it.
It's a tough play because the receiver is sliding to the ground.
We see a replay on the big video board here. And we'll get a better angle as we take a look at it here as the head is kind of out of the way by LeCount, and he's leading with his right shoulder, it looks like, in that angle.
Yeah, and the receiver sliding to the ground. They definitely didn't lead with his head. Now his shoulder made contact with the head.
Well, that's because the Jackson is on the seat of his pants there at the 5-yard line. Now we look at this. Replay, and his head snaps to the right on that replay on the shoulder hit by LeCount. James Carter is the referee. He's back on the right end of the field. He's taken off the headsets, and we'll get the results here of the call.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. The country will be half the distance to the goal. Number 2 will be disqualified.
But that is just, I mean, I get it, but that is,
yeah.
That's not the intent of the rule. There wasn't any kind of lead with the head. The receiver was going down. Are you supposed to let him catch it?
Well, in their minds, it sounds like it, yeah.
So the receiver's on the ground, so just let him catch it and make a play.
You're not supposed to hit him, apparently.
Goodness.
I mean, it's so hard to judge when the defender's coming in for the stop and the offensive player is changing his where he is on the field and how the defensive player is going to hit him and where on his body's going to hit him. The end result is targeting disqualification of Richard LeCount, and Auburn has the ball on the Georgia 70-yard line now, 1st and goal. Nix is going to take it. They move everybody to the right. He's going to try to sweep around the right, and there's nowhere to run. And he runs out of room on the short side of the field into the sidelines. Lewis Seen and Monty Rice extending the play all the way to the sideline and on the stop of the Auburn quarterback. And it'll be second. He may have lost yardage on that play, actually, close to a yard. Looks like second down just inside the 8 now for Auburn.
And the Dogs are just bringing some thunder every time they are making contact here on the defensive side.
So both teams have lost a defensive player. Smoke Monday disqualified early for Auburn on targeting, and now Richard LeCount for Georgia. Auburn moving players, shifting around on offense. They're going to snap it to Nix, and he's going to run to the left, try to cut in on a wide block by the tight end. He cuts in outside the near hash, near the 5. Jordan Davis, the nose man, Nakobe Dean, and Lewis Seen on the tackle at the 4, just inside the 4. As Nix picked up about 4 on the play. It's 3rd and goal from just inside the 4. Georgia gave up only 2 rushing touchdowns all of last season, and one of the guys that scored them is Bo Nix, the Auburn quarterback. They did not give up a touchdown run to a running back all season. 3 guys to the right for Auburn. Play fake. They throw it to Schwartz on the near side, and we cover it up. Tyson Campbell. They completed the pass left flat near the 5, and Campbell all over Schwartz, the speedy receiver at the 4, maybe the 3, and it's 4th down Auburn.
Boy, a lot of window dressing there by Auburn. Great job by Tyson Campbell. Followed Schwartz all the way across the formation as Schwartz was in motion. Saw that play right from the beginning and went up and made a great open field tackle.
Well, they'll try to get 3 with Anders Carlson from the 10. A 20-yard kick from the near hash into the west end zone. There's the snap. They have trouble with the placement, but Carlson is able to get it up and through the pipes for the first points of the game for the Auburn Tigers. An All-State Good Hands field goal. Protecting you has no offseason. You're in good hands with Allstate. So Auburn on the board with 1:38 to go in the half. It's Georgia 24 and the Tigers 3. Nice defense, Z, by the Dogs. After that targeting penalty, they could have kind of let their guard down. Auburn had the ball, goal to go, and couldn't punch it in. They had to settle for a chippy.
Yeah, a great stand. Really unfortunate, I think, on that targeting call. But Dogs do respond. You can see there Auburn got into a little bit of a rhythm, doing what they want to do, working the edges of the defense as much as they can, trying to get their playmakers the ball in space. Had a little bit of success, but a great goal line stand there by the Dogs.
Georgia leads it 24-3. Your second quarter recap is presented by Ag South, Ag Georgia, and Southwest Georgia Farm Credit, the land loan experts. Dogs 21-yard touchdown reception from Stetson Bennett on an 11-play, 84-yard drive, and then a Zamir White 1-yard touchdown run, his second of the game, on a 6-play, 72-yard drive. Anders Carlson gives Auburn its first points of the contest just moments ago on a 20-yard field goal. It's 24-3, but it's been all Georgia in this ballgame. 268 yards of offense here in the half, only 85 for the Tigers as Auburn prepares to kick it away from right to left. White and McIntosh, the deep receivers for Georgia. Carlson with the ball teed up on the near hash. He'll put his leg into this one, kick it end over end, angle it towards the left pylon, but he never made it. It goes out of bounds around the 3-yard line.
Boy, that's a break there for the Dogs, too. Going to have really good field position here to start this 2-minute drive. Dogs still with 2 timeouts left as well.
Dogs will get the ball on the, the 35-yard line after the penalty on the out-of-bounds kick.
Kick out of bounds. Kicking team number 26. By rule, the ball will be placed at the 35-yard line. First down.
And as you point out, Z, a minute 38, 2 timeouts left for Georgia. The Dogs can go into their 2-minute offense, leading 24-3, and try to get points before they go into the locker room. Ouch. Hello, that was loud. God. Well, I think they're using real whistles again now.
I think they are.
They ditched the electronic whistles. I kind of like the electric ones. All right, White's in the backfield with Bennett. Dogs on the 35. Run it with Zamir. Straight ahead into the line of scrimmage. Pushing, driving. Cleveland gets in there and starts driving some more up to the 40. A 5-yard run for Zamir White, who is over 60 yards in the half. Wooden and Britt on the tackle for the Auburn defense. 2nd and 5 for the Dogs from the 40. Clock moving at 1:18, 1:17. We run 3 guys out to the left side and work on the near hash, moving to our right. Bennett ready for the snap in the shotgun with Zamir White behind his left shoulder. Give it to Zeus. Zeus behind blocking, has 5, has 7, has 8, and they throw him to the turf at the 48, almost the 49-yard line.
Yeah, we'll see now if we get that first down, see if we start picking up the tempo a little bit. Dogs very patient here and getting into this 2-minute offense.
Indeed. He got 9 and a first down at the 49. Bennett now will throw to the right side and missed Pickens on the right sideline. Incomplete. Pickens had cut off his route around the 38-yard line. Roger McCreary, the corner, in coverage. But Pickens was open, but the ball did not find its target.
Now Stetson trying to go back shoulder to George Pickens, but off target for one of the few times today.
Incomplete, stops the clock with 46 seconds remaining. Georgia 24, Auburn 3. Dogs trying to get some points before halftime. We work from our own 49-yard line. Trey Hill puts his hand on the football, ready to snap. Does so to Bennett in the shotgun. Bennett heaves it far side. Running is Matt Landers, and incomplete. Threw it over his head. Looked like Matt kind of slowed up a little bit at the end of the route, and the ball bounced about 3 yards in front of him.
Well, I wonder if he lost it in the lights, because you're exactly right. Landers had a step on the Auburn defender. That was a really well-thrown football, but it looks like he geared it down at the top of his stem.
Looking at a replay, yeah, that one, if you're still in stride, that one may have been catchable. Instead, it's a long incomplete pass. The clock's at 40 seconds, and it's 3rd and 10 Georgia. Landers comes out of the ball game now. And Pickens back in, along with Burton and Jackson to the left, and the big tight end Washington to the right. McIntosh in the backfield. They throw a screen to the left, caught by Kearis Jackson. He got a block. There's a flag down. He's zigzagging into Auburn territory and clobbered into the Auburn sideline around the 38, but there's a flag back at the 49.
Yeah, that's going to be a hold on the Dogs. The Auburn defender was knifing in to pick up that bubble screen, and I'm not sure who it was that grabbed him, but somebody grabbed him. I think it was George Pickens that grabbed him.
Holding. Offense, number 1. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Remains 3rd down.
No, you nailed it. It was Pickens. 5th penalty of the night for the Dogs. 32 seconds remain. That'll back us up a good bit. Back to the 41, our own 41. So it's 3rd and a lot of work to do. 3rd and 18 from our own 41 with only 32 seconds to go. We still have the 2 timeouts remaining.
Yeah, look for the Dogs probably just to keep this one on the ground, try to burn some clock, make Auburn use a timeout.
Zeus is in the backfield. They'll toss it to the right to Zeus. He works behind one block and then spun down at the 45 by Auburn's Zacoby McClain, the linebacker. And the Tigers will use one of those timeouts to stop the clock with 25 seconds remaining, and Georgia has a 4th and long coming up from our own 45-yard line.
Final charge timeout of the half, Auburn. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Well, that was not a good 2-minute offense by Georgia.
No, it wasn't. One incomplete pass, not a well-thrown football on one. Actually, the deep ball looked like we had a shot at it to complete it, where Landers geared it down, and you're right, really never got into any kind of rhythm there.
Dogs will send Jake Camarda and the punt unit on to kick this one away from our 45. And last week in Fayetteville, Jake was pooching them from here and getting them. He had 5 inside the 12-yard line against the Razorbacks last week. Outstanding work by the Georgia punter. Auburn comes after it. Camarda will get it away. Backspin on this one, and the catch is made. Fair catch at the 14-yard line by Tritt for the Tigers. And they'll have it just shy of the 15-yard line. Christian Tutt, excuse me, not Tritt, but Tutt. And that was a 40-yard punt, no return. So Auburn has the ball, 18 seconds remaining in the half. And they have used their full allotment of timeouts, and they're 85 yards away from the other end zone.
Yeah, you'll just see Auburn here probably take a knee. They're in victory formation and take this one into the...
They don't need to be in that. Need to look at the scoreboard. So Nix is going to take the ball. No, he fakes it, and Schwartz is going to take it and run to the left. And Azeez Ojulari reads the trick play all the way. Nix was trying to distract. You know, it's the old hand-eye thing in the musician's handbook, and Nix ran to the right. And then Schwartz ended up with the ball and ran to the left, and Ojulari read it all the way and made the tackle around the 10 as the Dogs snuff Auburn's last play of the half. And that's the end of 30 minutes of football. And it was an impressive performance by Georgia on the scoreboard. The Dogs lead it 24-3 over their rival to the west. And coming up here in mere moments, it's time for the Zaxby's halftime interview with Coach Kirby Smart. And we'll be heading down to Chuck Dowdle here in just a moment. But the Dogs with 288 yards of offense in the first half, 81 for the Tigers, as Georgia leads it by a commanding score of 24-3. But another half of football to go, and both teams will work vigorously in the locker room to, for Auburn, try to overcome what they are looking at, and for Georgia to try to maintain and extend. All right, Chuck standing by waiting on the Georgia head coach. He's doing a TV hit real quick. Let's go ahead and send it down to Chuck on the field. Chuck.
Okay, Scott, Coach Smart is finishing up right now with television. He'll step right over here. This social distancing thing is making it a little difficult. I know for him to hear.
But it's a little tough to hear you with that sock in your mouth.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I'll tell you that right now. It's going to be a challenge
there
right now.
What's that?
All right, let's talk real quickly, Coach. You got the running game going. You wanted to do that.
Yeah, we want to be able to get the running game going, and that's important to us. It's really important that we get it going. When they put their backups in, we've been able to do that. We've got to be able to sustain it longer, and we got to hit plays when we get an opportunity.
All right, also your defense. Can you particularly just stand down here to hold them to a field goal?
That was a great job by the defensive guys, keeping them out of there.
Okay, thanks. Coach. Oh, man. Scott, this is totally different. Why?
Yes, it is. Everything's weird, Chuck.
It is, but you know what? We're playing football, and we're ahead of Auburn.
That's good news, and we appreciate what you're doing down there tonight as we are at half here in Athens, and Georgia leads Auburn 24-3. The halftime interview brought to you by Zaxby's. Stop in today and savor the flavors of hand-breaded chicken and heavenly sauces. Nobody does chicken like Zaxby's does chicken. Dogs lead by 3 touchdowns. 24-3 is our halftime score. Stay tuned for Neil Hondo Williamson and the Breda Pest Management halftime report. That's next here on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
At Zaxby's, there's nothing better than hand-breaded chicken, unless it's hand-breaded chicken with sauce. From sweet to savory, mild to wild, even that world-famous Zax sauce. Whatever you're craving, we've got the sauce at Zaxby's.
Slot right, blue 42, hot. Great quarterbacks are rare. They're true leaders with a work ethic that never wavers and a desire to win that is second to none. We know a truck like that. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling truck 43 years straight. With impressive towing and payload, Ford F-150 makes tough jobs look easy. Visit your local Ford dealer and score a great offer on F-150, the official truck of the Georgia Bulldogs. Based on 1977 to 2019 calendar year total sales.
Dogs fans, download the all-new Georgia Football Digital Yearbook now at GeorgiaDogs.com. Exclusive access to a season preview, player profiles, UGA history, and more. It's completely free to access the Georgia Football Digital Yearbook at GeorgiaDogs.com.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
I never thought I'd be talking about the D word, but now she's hired an attorney, and I can't ignore it anymore. I need to prepare.
This is Lee Merriweather. At Merriweather & Tharp, we know the importance of preparation when facing a divorce. It's critical to gather and analyze information. If you're facing a divorce, call for a free phone consultation with one of our attorneys.
This is Bob Tharp. You have questions. Now there's one place to find the answers you need. Merriweather & Tharp, with offices throughout Atlanta, helping clients through difficult times.
1545 Peachtree Street, 678-879-9000. TheAtlantaDivorceTeam.com.
I've spent so much time around my house lately, I've counted the number of bricks on my home. Neil Hondo Williamson here for my friends at Breda Pest Management. You know what I don't see in my yard? Fire ants or mosquitoes. As the official pest control of your Georgia Bulldogs, Breda Pest Management keeps my home bug and critter free. Let Breda protect your home like they protect Sanford Stadium. Breda Pest Management, BREDA Pest.com.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Welcome to the Breda Pest Management Halftime Report. Here's your host, Neil Hondo Williamson.
Hey, with Breda Pest Management sponsoring this halftime report, you know then that you don't have to be afraid of bugs, because with Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs. Eric Zier is with us, and the dogs are rolling. I'm in a good mood, Z. Don't shake your head. We're killing Auburn. It's 24-3 here, 24-3 here at the half, and the first thing we want to talk about is a quarterback. That was the question coming in, and Stetson Bennett has looked very solid in leading the team.
Yeah, he really has. 12 out of 22, 158 yards, 1 touchdown. I know at least 2 of those, maybe even 3 of those incompletions not on him, as we had busted routes or missed assignments out at receiver. So really doing a good job of managing the football game. He's on time, continues to look in control, and is getting some help from the running game too.
Yeah, good decisions, patience, and we saw him look people off a couple of times, just showing some real savvy out there.
Yeah, he really is. He's got a great grasp for this and within this offense. He's played a lot of football and understand what needs to be done. We've seen a couple of times where he's gotten to the 3rd and 4th receivers in his progression, which is very difficult to do in a brand new offense when you haven't had spring practice and haven't had all the typical lead up time to be able to do that. He's been in his playbook, really understands what's trying to be done, and is executing it.
Well, the run games look great for Georgia as well, and so much of that, the running backs have looked really good, but the offensive line, it looks like a completely different group than last week.
Yeah, and I like what we're doing scheme-wise in the running game as well. We went almost all of last year where it was all zone runs. So you're just getting up and you're just pushing defenders back and letting your backs find and kind of create their own holes. We've run some traps. We've run some counters. We're pulling tight ends. We're pulling offensive linemen. And we are creating angles and gaps that's just blowing holes wide open right now.
Total offense in the first half for Georgia, 288 yards. Meanwhile, our defense has stifled Auburn to just 81 and 3 points.
Yeah, Bo Nix, 7 out of 15, 54 yards. He's been throwing off of his back foot almost the entire game with the kind of pressure that we've been able to get on him. And Auburn only 27 yards rushing. Again, Auburn likes to get to their running game by passing short screens on the outside, swing passes, and an extension. So you don't look at that number so much, and it can jump off the page to you. That's not the design of Auburn's offense. But when you look at 81 yards total offense, the defense is shutting them down.
All right, great job, Z. Thank you. Eric Zier will return with Scott Howard and Chuck Dowdle with play-by-play and analysis of the second half. Here in Athens, it's Georgia 24, Auburn 3. Our 4th-ranked dogs are putting a hurting on the Tigers, folks. The Northside Hospital Cardiovascular Institute is committed to your good health and the health of your family. Their physicians treat heart disease with the latest testing and technology. At Northside, they're all about excellence at heart. To schedule an appointment, call 404-962-6000 or visit northsidecvi.com and let the healing begin. Stay tuned for more on the Breda Pest Management Halftime Report after these words on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Get ready for kickoff at the UGA Bookstore, featuring the best Bulldog gifts and apparel. Shop all the great brands at the UGA Bookstore like Nike, Tommy Bahama, Vineyard Vines, and Southern Tide. The UGA Bookstore is the exclusive home of the UGA 10 collection by Peter Millar. The UGA Bookstore in the heart of campus, next to the Tate Student Center. Shop online 24/7 at UGABookstore.com. The UGA Bookstore, it's where dogs shop.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with legendary Georgia Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Ballou.
Ken and I are teaming up to give back to the brave men and women of our military. Ken's going to donate $500 to one member of the military every Bulldog football game this season.
If you're a member of the military in Atlanta, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And somebody's going to win $500 every game.
One click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, brought to you by Indeed. If finding a high-impact hire is a goal for your business, use Indeed. No long-term contracts and lots of great candidates at Indeed.com/high-impact.
These days I'm spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
I've spent so much time around my house lately, I've counted the number of bricks on my home. Neil Hondo Williamson here for my friends at Breda Pest Management. You know what I don't see in my yard? Fire ants or mosquitoes. As the official pest control of your Georgia Bulldogs, Breda Pest Management keeps my home bug and critter free. Let Breda protect your home like they protect Sanford Stadium. Breda Pest Management, BREDA Pest.com.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Now, more of the Breda Pest Management Halftime Report. With Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs. Once again, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Announcer Man, for that. Let's check some out-of-town scores for you. Let's just go through the SEC first, with Georgia leading Auburn 24-3 here at the half, and the Dogs special teamers coming out right now to get warmed up. Two other games in progress in the conference. It's Arkansas at Mississippi State, and the Razorbacks lead the 16th-ranked Maroon Bulldogs 14-7. They are at the half. Early third quarter in Nashville, number 20 LSU on top of Vanderbilt, 21-7. Earlier today, second-ranked Alabama throttled Texas A&M 52-24. Tennessee visits Athens next week. The 21st-ranked Volunteers knocked off Missouri 35-12. South Carolina went into Gainesville, and Will Muschamp came out without a victory again as number 3 Florida rolled over the Gamecocks 38-24. And I think that's it. Oh, and Ole Miss and Kentucky, they went to overtime in Lexington, and Mississippi snuck out with a 42-41 win. Some games in progress right now. Top-ranked Clemson against Virginia. It's 24-3 Clemson, late second quarter. You got 18th ranked Oklahoma against Iowa State. It's 17-13. Oklahoma hanging on there at the half in Ames. And number 11 UCF with a 23-12 halftime lead over Tulsa. That's your Meriwether and Tharp scoreboard update. Meriwether and Tharp, you have questions, we have answers. Thanks to Bob and Lee from Meriwether and Tharp for sponsoring our scoreboard update here at the half. We'll have more from Athens, where our Dogs are putting it to Auburn here in the first half. It's 24-3 Georgia. Stay tuned for more on the Breda Pest Management Halftime Report after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, Georgia fans. I'm Scott Howard here for UPS. Your customers want more from your business. You've got to make more happen, whether they're in Athens, Georgia, or on the other side of the world, globally or locally. UPS is building solutions to help businesses give their customers exactly what they want: more.
made easy. UPS, official logistics company of Georgia Athletics.
Your heart begins to heal the moment you choose Northside Hospital Cardiovascular Institute for your care. We've added a team of the nation's very best cardiovascular doctors to one of the top community hospitals in the country. With their leading expertise and the powerful resources of the Northside Network, our doctors get to the very heart of your needs. Because bringing the best possible care to Georgia is at the heart of everything we do. Northside Hospital Cardiovascular Institute. Excellence at heart.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
I've spent so much time around my house lately, I've counted the number of bricks on my home. Neil Hondo Williamson here for my friends at Breda Pest Management. You know what I don't see in my yard? Fire ants or mosquitoes. As the official pest control of your Georgia Bulldogs, Breda Pest Management keeps my home bug and critter free. Let Breda protect your home like they protect Sanford Stadium. Breda Pest Management, BREDA Pest.com.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Nothing kicks off your game better than a handful of Georgia peanuts. Power-packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste, Georgia peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns with recipes and fun facts, check out GAPeanuts.com. The perfectly powerful peanut is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission.
Peanuts! Get your peanuts!
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield IMG College and JMI Sports under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Georgia. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Georgia, Learfield IMG College, and JMI Sports. Announcers are provided by Learfield IMG College and JMI Sports and approved by the University of Georgia.
Welcome back to the Breda Pest Management Halftime Report. Your old buddy Hondo on the radio with you. And let's check those first half statistics. Georgia, 288 yards of total offense to just 81 for Auburn. And that has helped Georgia jump out to a 24-3 lead over the Tigers. Rushing yards, Georgia with 130 so far. Zamir White, the leading rusher, 17 carries for Zeus in the first semester for 76 yards and 2 touchdowns. James Cook has 5 totes of the mail for 41 yards. Kenny McIntosh has run it twice for 13. Passing, the Dogs, 158 yards through the air, all off the fingertips of Stetson Bennett. Auburn, meanwhile, with just 54 passing yards. Stetson Bennett, 12 of 22 for $158 and a touchdown. Meanwhile, Bo Nix is 7 of 15 for 54 yards for Auburn. Our leading receiver today, Kieris Jackson, 7 catches for 104 yards in the first half. George Pickens with a pair of receptions, 26 yards and a touchdown. And Jake Camarda, 2 punts, 51.5-yard average so far. Georgia, 6 of 9 on third down conversions. Scott Howard, Eric Zier, Chuck Dowdle will come back and bring you play-by-play and analysis of the second half. Georgia going for 4 in a row over Auburn. The Dogs lead at 24-3 to here at the half. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Make your first play of the season a smart one. Get a fast and easy sports physical right around the corner from Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens. With 27 locations offering extended hours and most open 7 days a week, you can book online to get in, get out, and get on your way to a championship year. Visit piedmont.org/UGA to schedule a sports physical today. Patient care services provided by Piedmont Healthcare. Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens. One stop to better.
Every Georgia fan knows that playing at home is an advantage, but when you're ready for a home, the competition can be fierce. A verified approval letter from Rocket Mortgage can help. It tells sellers that your offer is good, helping your bid compete with cash buyers and giving you an edge in the home buying market. So, when your finances need a home field advantage, Rocket can. Get started at rocketmortgage.com. Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage partner of Georgia Athletics.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information appraisal and title report. Call for cost information and conditions equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLS Consumer Access.org number 3030.
Getting back to business means giving customers the confidence to walk through your doors. At Surf Pro, we're doing just that with certified Surf Pro Clean. Our proactive cleaning program helps reduce the spread of viral pathogens, adheres to CDC standards, and uses proprietary EPA-approved disinfectants. Put the certified Surf Pro Clean Shield in your window and let customers know that you're committed to a higher standard of clean. For a free quote, call 1-800-SURF-PRO or visit surfpro.com. Franchising or independently owned and operated.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I want a race that's great. Who is this? Free him tonight. Hey, it's Jake. I want a way to save. Got the coverage on my brand new ride. State Farm race. Yeah, they're great. State Farm, State Farm, State Farm race.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Scott Howard, Eric Zier back with you as we get ready for half number 2. 24-3 is our score going into the third quarter. Auburn will get the football to start the second half. They won the toss and deferred. They must have known something was going to be going on so that they could get the ball to start the second half. A little bit of a light show here at Sanford Stadium. Highlights on the video board as we watch it from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here under the lights. Sanford Stadium at Dooley Field. The Governor's Office of Highway Safety says the penalty for getting a DUI can cost up to $10,000. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety says drive sober so you won't get pulled over. All right, the Dogs getting ready to kick it away. To our left, Jack Podlesny has it teed up as he approaches. We're underway in the third quarter, and this one will sail into the end zone about 3 yards deep. They'll run it out with Bigsby to the 10, to the 15. On the near hash, hit at the 17, and driven into the turf right there. Trayvon Walker, one of those guys. I think Jalen Johnson was in on the tackle as well. Walk-on wide receiver. And also Kenny McIntosh.
Bigsby caught that.
He's all over special teams.
He is. Bigsby caught that ball 2 yards deep in the end zone, decided to bring it out. Dogs catch a break here and had a chance to really establish field position early with a good stance.
All right, so the Tigers on the 18-yard line. Nix will keep it after a play fake. Starts out to the right. Nowhere to go there. Goes back to the middle of the field as Aziz Ojulari was waiting for him on this near edge. He forced him back inside, and then he just got covered up at the 19 by Monty Rice, almost the 20. They'll spot it right on the 20, as a matter of fact. So they give him 2 yards. 2nd and 8, but Ojulari forced Nix back inside as he stayed home and did his job. They give it to Bigsby. No running room at right tackle, so he bounces outside a little bit closer to the sideline, and we eat him up at the 20.5-yard line. Ojulari gets the stop. Lewis Seen in on the tackle as well for the Dogs defenders.
Boy, the speed of the Georgia defense just on display right now. It looked like for a second that Aziz Ojulari got caught inside, but a host of Bulldogs able to close the gap quick.
Dean, the linebacker, helps stretch that to the sideline as well. Nix will throw it on 3rd down, and he'll find Seth Williams open. He escaped Tyreek Stevenson's tackle for a couple of more yards, and he picks up the 1st down at the 30, maybe the 31-yard line.
Auburn was only 1 out of 6 on 3rd down conversions there in the first half. That was a much-needed one.
He got 10, about 11 yards on that one. Quick throw, sidearm style by Nix out to Williams on this near side, and just bricks right out of his hands at the 30, and he dropped it. Nix, it looked like he was kind of rushing it. I mean, he was trying to get the play off quickly and trying to get it going, but he had no pressure, and the throw was dropped by Williams. 2nd down and 10 at the 31 for Auburn. They trail 24-3, just underway here, third quarter. Nix with pressure coming from Devontae Wyatt. Throws it left side off the hands, bounced up in the air. Williams couldn't bring that one in either. It hung up in the air after it bounced off his hands, and Monty Rice was the closest to it. Lewis Seen was in coverage, hitting Williams and dropping him back and probably forcing him to drop that pass. And now it's suddenly third down, see?
Another throw from Bo Nix off of his back foot. It's been a constant theme throughout this game. He just has not set his feet to drive through the football.
Empty set for Auburn. 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Nix has the snap, throws, and it's caught by Seth Williams. Nice catch. Backing up towards the Georgia sideline, had tight coverage on him on this near sideline, but he caught it at the 50 and backed his way to the Georgia 49. The ball hit him about just below the top of his chest in the left arm. Auburn going quickly, 1st and 10 from the Georgia 49. They'll throw it to Schwartz out far to the left. He makes the catch and works his way inside the Bulldogs' 45-yard line to the 44. He got 5 more yards for the Tigers.
Well, that third down conversion, that was the best ball that Bo Nix has thrown all day. He drove through that one. Dogs were in a 2-man. And Williams just in an inside fade route that Bo Nix threw back shoulder to him. Really well executed by Auburn.
Ball is spotted on Georgia's 44. 2nd and 5 for the Tigers. Nix with a man in the backfield with him. Going to take the snap, roll to the right. Pressure from behind, pump fakes. Now he throws, and in and out of the hands, juggled and dropped. Shedrick Jackson jumped in the air a few inches and had the ball hit him squarely in the hands. He had his arms extended back towards the line of scrimmage. And again, it just bounced right off his hands. He tried to recover as the ball was dropping to the turf, but incomplete.
Yeah, that one absolutely should have been caught. Good job by Bo Nix moving out of the pocket there. Had 3 or 4 Bulldogs in hot pursuit and still able to deliver a pretty nice ball.
Nix now 10 of 21 for 89 yards on the night. Auburn 3 of 8 on 3rd down. Here's another try. Nix in the pocket, steps away from the pressure. Now rolls to the left, gets the 1st down. Out races Quay Walker to the far sideline, and he got the 1st down on a run out of bounds on the far sideline to the 34-yard line. A 10-yard gain for Nix.
That's where Nix can really hurt you. He does a great job hurting you with his legs. Not that he runs a lot, but picks up timely yards and another timely 1st down right there.
Auburn driving. They're on the Dogs' 34-yard line. Play fake. They throw to Schwartz on the right side. Schwartz with a blocker. Runs through. Coughs up the football. It's loose. But they have a man fall right on top of it. Jackson was right there trying to block for Schwartz. It may have come out after he hit the turf anyway, but still Auburn jumped on it. Mark Webb in on the stop for the Dogs' defense. But the gain is to the 25-yard line. They got 9 yards out of that, and it's going to be 2nd and 1.
Now that ball came out. Dogs did a good job of stripping it. Auburn fortunate they've got a man there to jump on it. One of the things the Dogs have done here in the start of the 3rd quarter, a lot of 2-deep zone, not a lot of pressure. See if we start to change that up.
Neither team with a turnover thus far. Auburn runs it into the line of scrimmage straight ahead with Tank Bigsby, the LaGrange freshman, and Jalen Carter, Georgia's freshman from Apopka, Florida, makes the tackle. And let's see where they will spot the football at the 23-yard line. He got the 1st down. He only got 2 yards, but he only needed 1. So it's 1st and 10 at the Georgia 23 for Auburn. First possession of the 2nd half, and the Tigers are moving. 4 minutes into the 2nd half, 12th play of the possession. Nix to throw to the right sideline, and incomplete. Trying to go to Schwartz. He tried to one-hand one right at the 1st down marker on the near sideline around the 13-yard line. Couldn't hang on.
Yeah, Dogs went single safety, so we were one-on-one on the outside. Just a comeback. Looks like Schwartz got stuck at the top of his stem. Really didn't come back to the football at all.
2nd and 10 Tigers on the Georgia 23. They work on the near hash, moving right. Tigers all in white tonight. Georgia in red jerseys, silver breeches, red helmets. Snap to Nix. Drops back. Looking, rolling right, pressure coming, throws it on the near sideline, and incomplete. Wanted to go to Bigsby, and he had a big lineman, Trayvon Walker, protecting and defending on the near sideline. Gets a pat on the shoulders as he comes out of the ball game. Pass is incomplete. 3rd and 10 for the Tigers at the 23 of Georgia.
Great job by Walker. Walker was rushing. He saw Bigsby peel out of the backfield. And we aborted the rush and got back into coverage. Really well done.
Tigers bring DJ Williams into the ball game, but they go with an empty set in the backfield. 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Nix with pressure from the edges, and he dunks under the sack attempt and throws the ball away. It's bouncing loose towards the Georgia sideline. I don't know if the whistles blew. Bodies went diving on the football. I think it was a forward pass attempt, but I don't know if he was on the ground first or not. We may have just gotten a sack on Nix. Let's get the explanation from James Carter.
The pass was down. The 4th down.
Adam Anderson with the sack. Yep, that's the call. Back at the 28-yard line, loss of 5. Boy, that pressure just collapsed the pocket from the edges, Z.
Yeah, and that was pressure without having to bring any kind of blitz pressure. That was just our 4-down lineman that exploded off the ball. Adam Anderson, speed rush on the outside.
Here's Carlson with a 45-yard try from the near hash, kicking right for Auburn. He's 1 for 1 tonight. The kick is away. It's reaching towards the uprights, and it is good. So Carlson, the brother of Auburn's all-time leading scorer, Daniel Carlson, who now kicks for the Raiders, converts on his second field goal. And that's another All-State Good Hands field goal. Protecting you has no offseason. You're in good hands with All-State. So Auburn changes the score. It's now Georgia 24 and the Tigers 6. First Franklin Financial making loans to Georgians for over 75 years. Back after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
This football season, the Bulldogs won't be the only ones scoring. Let First Franklin Financial help you score the cash you need with a loan up to $15,000. At First Franklin, we offer fast approvals, fixed rates, and payment plans to fit any budget. To find the Georgia branch near you, visit us at WeMakeLoans.com. All loan terms and applicable APRs depend on meeting our underwriting and income criteria for the loan size requested and may require collateral. Loan minimums vary by state. Georgia Residential Mortgage Licensing number 5656.
Love getting prices that are lower than low on food that's fresher than fresh? Then shop at Kroger. We give you more ways to save on the fresh you love with tools like the Kroger app, where you can find personalized coupons on top of weekly sales, giving you prices that are lower than the everyday low. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
If you like extra cash, the Kroger Rewards MasterCard is the card for you. You'll earn 5% cash back on the first $2,500 you spend. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
At Zaxby's, chicken and delicious go hand in hand. As in hand-breaded, hand-seasoned, and handmade to order. There's only one place you can get chicken like that. Zaxby's.
I've spent so much time around my house lately, I've counted the number of bricks on my home. Neil Hondo Williamson here for my friends at Breda Pest Management. You know what I don't see in my yard? Fire ants or mosquitoes. As the official pest control of your Georgia Bulldogs, Breda Pest Management keeps my home bug and critter free. Let Breda protect your home like they protect Sanford Stadium. Breda Pest Management, BREDA Pest.com.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
Hey, this is Trip Strickland at Georgia Metals, and we are so much more than metal roofing. We're steel buildings, metal fabrication, custom welding. We're everything metal. So for all your metal needs, call Georgia Metals, where quality still matters.
Thanks for joining us here from the Piedmont Healthcare Radio booth in the Munson Broadcast Suite at Sanford Stadium. Georgia's lead is now 24-6 over Auburn. Time for another Meriwether and Tharp scoreboard update. Meriwether and Tharp, you have questions. We have answers. Arkansas 21, Mississippi State 7 in the third quarter. Also Clemson 24, Virginia 10. That's at the half. LSU 24-7 on Vanderbilt in Nashville. They are in the third quarter. Carlson has it teed up on the 35 for Auburn. And the long, lanky kicker will boot it away after connecting on a 30, make it a 45-yard field goal for the Tigers for their second score of the game. They'll kick it to our right. McIntosh is the deep receiver. Kinney moving to his right, eye on the ball, catches it a yard deep in the end zone, takes a knee. Dogs will have the touchback and the ball at the 25 to begin this first possession for Georgia here in the second half, leading it 24-6.
288 yards for the Dogs in the first half, 158 through the air. Stetson Bennett, 12 out of 22, had the one touchdown. Dogs 130 yards on the ground with Zamir White leading the way with 76.
Stetson's been especially impressive on third down tonight, Z. 6 of 8 for 83 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah, and Dogs overall on third down, 6 out of 9. Pretty impressive.
Dogs moving to our left. Everybody in tight. Everybody in tight for Auburn. We're going to run it with Zeus. He's still going to get positive yards. Straight ahead, inside gap blocking. And White up across the 30, tackled at the 33-yard line by McLean and Peters for the Tiger defense. But he got 8 with 11 in the box.
Yeah, just like we started the game. Bunch formation, up underneath center, good patience at the line of scrimmage. Got enough of a gap and a hole right behind Sawyer.
He shifts to Bennett's left here in this formation in the shotgun. Zeus looking for space. And I think he's patient enough, still driving upright. And he got some help from behind, pushed across the 35 to about the 36, maybe the 37. And he got a Scana Energy first down. With patient running and just waiting for blockers to move bodies out of the way, he just ducked in there behind them and got the first down up at the 37-yard line.
Got a big push from Trey Hill, too, that moved about 1,000 pounds of players forward 5 yards.
That's the weight of one of Trey's legs, I think. Those things are huge. It's good to have him anchoring the offensive line in the middle there. Play fake to McIntosh. Bennett throws to the tight end. Fitzpatrick makes the catch midfield, falling forward into Auburn territory down at the 45.
Boy, love the game that Monken is calling right now. A couple of runs, you get Auburn back on their heels a little bit, go play action, and then just dump it to the tight end right over the middle of the field.
18 yards and a Scana Energy first down. Bennett play fake, drops back, looking deep. Far sideline, wide open. Jackson reaches high, hits the turf, skidding on his shoulder out of bounds at the 23-yard line. Nobody there for Auburn. Another Scana Energy first down for the Dogs, and we're moving.
Boy, what a catch by Kearis Jackson. That ball looked like it was going to be overthrown, and Jackson just kicked it into another gear.
21 yards on the gain for Georgia. Here's McIntosh, inside run. This time Auburn tangles him up around the line of scrimmage. He twisted for about a yard. KJ Britt, the linebacker, senior from Oxford, Alabama, with the stop. So the gain is only 1. It'll be 2nd and 9 on the run by McIntosh, as that slows things down a little bit for Georgia. Jackson now with 8 catches in the ball game for the Bulldogs and 125 yards in reception.
Boy, having a heck of a football game.
2nd and 9 for Georgia. Dogs threatening here in the third quarter after Auburn got a field goal. Here's a handoff to McIntosh. He runs by the defenders. 20, 15, 14, maybe falling forward to the 13. We'll see where they spot it. They brought blitz, and Kinney just ran right by him.
That's exactly what they did. Had the Sam linebacker and the Will linebacker both came off of the edges. We had a little trap on, pulled Ben Cleveland out. That kicked out one of the blitzing linebackers, and then we were immediately into the second level.
McCreary got the tackle as the Dogs get into the Massey-Ferguson red zone. They give it to McIntosh again, fighting for yards around right tackle and out wide to the right. And they'll stop him around the 12.
That was made by number 25.
It'll be a 2-yard gain and 2nd down and 8 coming up for the Dogs as we pause 10 seconds. Station ID, Bulldog Sports Network. Georgia with the ball on the far hash, moving left towards the west end zone on the Auburn 12. It's 2nd down and 8. Milton's in the backfield now for the Bulldogs. The freshman Kendall Milton takes the handoff, and he gets in there behind some blocking. Owen Condon at right tackle on the right side, and ducks his way inside the 10 down to the 8-yard line. Papo and Sherwood on the stop for the Auburn defense. They made the tackles. It's 3rd down now, 3rd and 5 for the Dogs.
Just a draw there, expecting Auburn to bring pressure. Didn't catch him in exactly the right defense. But another good, strong push by that offensive line.
Kendall Milton had 1 carry for 4 yards last week. That carry was 4 yards tonight. He leaves the game, and Zeus is back in. White in the backfield on 3rd and 5 inside the Auburn 10 for Georgia. We're in the Massey-Ferguson red zone. Here comes the blitz. Bennett runs for his life to the right, looking on the sideline, throws it deep over the back of the end zone and incomplete. Threw it into or over the hedge there, and Pickens reaches into the hedge and pulls the ball out. That's where it ended up. And the Dogs have to scramble on 4th down, or on 3rd down now, and will try a 4th down field goal.
Well, Auburn brought the house, probably a missed side adjustment somewhere on that play. Stetson Bennett just had to run for his life. Good job getting outside the pocket and throwing it away.
So we'll try a field goal to match Auburn's score here in the quarter. Jack Podlesny from the 15.5, right in front of the goalpost. The kick is up, and the kick is good. Jack with another field goal for the Dogs. And that's another All-State good hands field goal for Georgia. Protecting you has no offseason. You're in good hands with All-State. Georgia 27 and Auburn 6. Second half presented by First Franklin Financial. They make loans for living with fixed rates and payment plans to fit any budget. Back after this, Bulldog Sports Network.
These days I'm spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
Recruiting is a vital part of team building. Recruiting also plays an important role in protecting my home from termites with Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Termites eat the bait in the Centricon stations, then eagerly recruit other termites to also feed on the bait, thus eliminating the termite colony. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home. Call Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Angela and I have big plans for 2020. A new stamp in our passports, maybe a bathroom renovation. We definitely didn't expect to be worried about our income.
When life takes you out of one comfort zone, your Regions banker has helpful tools and advice to help you find a new one.
It's a relief to have a plan for whatever comes next.
Make your financial plan at regions.com/brave-the-beginning. Regions Bank. Member FDIC. Official bank of the SEC.
Hear ye, a new lunchtime challenger has entered the fray. Introducing Papadillas, folded crispy flatbreads filled with melty cheese, juicy meat, and tangy sauce for just $6. And behold, the newest member of this crunchy court, the grilled buffalo chicken papadilla with grilled chicken and zesty buffalo sauce that kicks like a jousting lance to the tongue for a mere $6. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. Not valid with discounts, fees, and taxes extra. Prices may vary.
Welcome back to The Game, brought to you by Zaxby's, the official chicken of sports fans.
Glad to have you back from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth, nestled on the 41-yard line here at Sanford Stadium. Georgia with another field goal from Jack Podlesny to make it 27-6. Here's your Georgia Metals drive summary. It was a 10-play drive, 67 yards covered in 4 minutes and 18 seconds, and Jack's field goal was 25 yards to make it 27-6. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered.
Good answer there by the Dogs as Auburn's trying to claw their way back in. Defensively on the first drive, hold them to a field goal. We come back in and answer.
Kick team out on the field, and Hot Pod will kick it from right to left. High, end over end, hanging kick, going to come down, returnable at the 8 for Auburn. Bigsby to the 10 to the 15, just inside the numbers, hit at the 20 and maybe the 21-yard line. We'll see where they spot it after they unpile everyone. Looks like around the 21 or so. So Auburn will start right there. And right now, you can come in and get exceptional offers on all BMWs in stock. Visit one of your Atlanta area BMW centers soon for test drive. BMW, a proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics. Visit BMWATL.com for great offers. Tigers on the 21. They trail 27-6, third quarter with 5:47 remaining in the period. Schwartz in motion slowly from left to right. He bounces on the right edge now. Nix doesn't look in his direction. He throws it to Seth Williams, who makes a nice diving catch, left his feet, but Tyson Campbell was just draped all over him, and they both hit the ground after Williams made the catch. They were on top of each other, and the catch is at the 25 for a 4-yard gain.
Dogs back to bring in pressure. That was just a quick slant against man-to-man.
Play fake Nix. They throw it to Schwartz with a blocker on this near side. A long throw by Nix. Schwartz catches it, and we cover it up. Tyreek Stevenson and DJ Daniel on the stop at the 29.5 on this near side. Christopher Smith, who's in for the disqualified Richard LeCount in its safety, also in on the stop. Gain was 4.5. It's third down and a yard for Auburn from just inside their own 30-yard line. Less than 5 minutes to go, third quarter. Schwartz in motion, now back the other way to the left. Quick snap to Nix. Quarterback draw, pulls it down, runs around right tackle, dives for the first down, gets it up at the 32, maybe the 33. Not a lot of space, but he got what he needed. Nolan Smith on the tackle for Georgia. And they put the ball down on the 33. So we got 4 yards, 3.5 or so. And it's 1st and 10 there for Auburn.
Yeah, design quarterback draw. Good job and good execution there by the Auburn Tigers.
Nix up to talk to his offensive line and back into the shotgun. Again, Schwartz in motion to the near side. 2 receivers wide to the left. They work on the near hash, moving right. Play fake Nix steps up in the pocket, rolls left, looking downfield, throws, and it's caught Schwartz at the Auburn 48. Across the 50 and down at the Georgia 49-yard line. Tackled there by Stevenson and Smith in the Georgia secondary.
That's the 8th catch now for Schwartz, and he got lost in the middle of that 2-deep zone. Good job by Bo Nix moving around and buying some time.
That was an 18-yard gain by Auburn, and Georgia wants to call a timeout. Dan Lanning, the defensive coordinator, out on the field. So they'll huddle up the defense.
First charge time out of the half. Georgia.
And we've got 3:53 to go in the third quarter with our score. Georgia 27, Auburn 6. Our second half is presented by First Franklin Financial. Come see the friendly folks at a Georgia branch near you. We make loans for living. First Franklin Financial. Back after this, Bulldog Sports Network.
With thousands of locally owned Napa stores across the nation, chances are that wherever you call home, we do too. And that's why you can find us in big cities, small towns, and everywhere in between, doing what we've always done to help keep our local communities moving forward. So whether you stop by a Napa Auto Parts store, Auto Care Center, or visit us at Napa online, you can count on Napa know-how.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man.
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
At Zaxby's, there's nothing better than hand-breaded chicken, unless it's hand-breaded chicken with sauce. From sweet to savory, mild to wild, even that world-famous Zax sauce. Whatever you're craving, we've got the sauce at Zaxby's.
At BMW, we made the ultimate range of SAVs. And because each of the 7 X-Range sports activity vehicles flawlessly balance dynamic power, spacious size, and sleek design, you can choose from a fleet that fits perfectly into your life. Like the versatile and bold X1, the unbelievably powerful X3, or the luxurious X7. No matter who you are, no matter where you're going, no matter what's next, there's an X to take you there.
Proud sponsor of Georgia Athletics is at BMWATL.com for great offers. Go Dogs.
This is Hondo for Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. If you have cracks in your interior walls, foundation walls, or water in your basement, ESOG can help you come up with a solution.
Dial 678 ESOG now.
Back in the Piedmont Healthcare Radio booth. We've been here all night, and we'll stay here as long as it takes. It's Georgia 27, Auburn 6, late third quarter with 3:53 to go. The Tigers moving the football once again here in the third period. This will be the fifth play of this possession coming up. They've already moved it 30 yards into Georgia territory to the Bulldog 49, and Dogs coaches had seen enough, and they called a timeout on defense. And we'll send, let's see, Wyatt and Brinson out there, defensive linemen. Herring out there as well, Ojolari, Quay Walker, N'Kobe Dean, linebackers. Campbell's a cornerback, DJ Daniel. Stevenson in the ball game, Christopher Smith and Lewis Seen. Richard LeCount disqualified in the first half for a targeting penalty. That was certainly questionable. First and 10 Auburn from the Dogs 49. We bring a blitz up the middle. Nix is going to go deep to Schwartz, and he can't get there. Racing for it around the 10-yard line. We had Daniel and Christopher Smith back there in coverage, and the ball just out of the reach of the speedy Schwartz.
Boy, Schwartz can flat out run. Dogs go single safety, but keeping up with Schwartz is a real challenge.
Looked like he had alligator arms there, Z, at the end of the play. He didn't fully extend the arms, else he may have been able to get a hand on the ball. Looked like a T-Rex out there. Second and 10 at the 49. Nix to throw, far sideline. Air mails it over the head of Seth Williams and Tyson Campbell in coverage. He slid down at the end of the play, but the ball had already sailed out of bounds into the Auburn bench area. And now it's third down and 10 for the Tigers from the Georgia 49.
Dogs have got to find a way to get off the field. Auburn here in the second half done a really, really nice job on third down and just extending drives.
They're 5 of 11 on third downs now. That's a much better percentage than they had early going. They are 4 of 5 in the second half. Here comes pressure. They throw it to Bigsby to the left, caught behind the line of scrimmage, and he's racing for the first down marker. Did he get there? I think he's going to be short. Knocked out of bounds at the 40 by N'Kobe Dean, the Dogs linebacker from Horn Lake, Mississippi. And it's 4th and a yard to go.
For a nice play call there by Auburn. They caught us bringing some pressure again. Little screen pass to the outside, get a couple of big offensive linemen down, and Dogs fortunate we stopped them just shy of the first down marker.
They'll go for it here. Big Pegues is in the backfield. He's going to get the ball and just drive people out of the way. Fighting for the first down. He's bigger than most of their offensive linemen, I think. J.J. Pegues, freshman, 6'2" and 300. He's listed as the tight end, but he lined up in the backfield, took the pitch that time and got the first down. He got a couple of yards to the Georgia 38-yard line.
Yeah, just running into people. Dogs, pretty good job of trying to stand them up. Just too much momentum moving forward.
So Auburn keeps possession. And Nix will hand it off to Bigsby. We try to tackle him up high as he runs through the line of scrimmage. Still on his feet. He left Georgia defenders in his wake. Nolan Smith, Quay Walker couldn't get him down. Finally tackled around the 29-yard line by Tyreek Stevenson.
Dogs defensively getting tired right now. They've been on the field an awful long time here in this third quarter.
He got 9, his second one. Auburn going quickly. Nix one-on-one to the corner, far side. No, Williams. Incomplete again. Tyson Campbell doing a job on Auburn's top receiver. Seth Williams denied once again inside the 5. Incomplete. And the ball will go back to the 29-yard line, and it'll be 2nd and 1 from there.
Yeah, you've got your hands full if you're one-on-one with Seth Williams, and Tyson Campbell's had that duty a lot tonight. Really doing a fine job.
11th play of the drive coming up for Auburn. They started this possession at their own 21. It's 27-6 Dogs. 2.5 minutes to go in the quarter. Dogs defensive line shifts to the left. 4 down linemen. Snap to Nix. Whistles blow. And
play clock operator, please reset the play clock to 25 seconds.
So they blow the play dead before the snap. And you heard the explanation from our referee, James Carter. Third down. Says the yard marker. I believe I said second earlier, but it's third and a yard. Bo Nix. Pegues, is he back in? Big Pegues back in there in the Wildcat. Big 300-pounder. They snap it to him directly. He runs into the line. We turn him around and push him back, but I think he got the first down. Maybe by a half a yard or so. He got past the 28. Yeah, he got the first down. Well, that's a load to stop when you got a big 300-pounder taking a direct snap, getting ahead of steam, and bearing down on you. It was Devontae Wyatt that had the chore trying to tackle him. And he did, but he got the first down. Second time they've run that play in this series. Auburn's on the Georgia 27-yard line. He got 2 yards on that carry. Nix is back in at quarterback. The big Pegues goes in motion to the near side. Nix with time will throw, and he goes to Pegues inside the 10. It's incomplete. He was hit up high trying to catch the football by Christopher Smith. He hits the turf, and so does the ball. Incomplete pass will bring up second down and 10.
Nice play there by Christopher Smith, thrown into action because Richard LeCount was sent out of the game for his targeting call, but Smith really did a nice job closing in on that.
New this year, Z, on the targeting, the player does not have to leave the sidelines anymore. So LeCount, I don't see him right now, but he can stay on the bench even though he's been disqualified. Second and 10 Auburn inside the Georgia 30. Nix is going to scramble, runs out of the pocket, far sideline. We chase him with Lewis Seen. Flag back behind the play. Might be a hold against Auburn. We shall see. Nix chased out of bounds by Seen at the 22. 3 officials discussing the flag down that was thrown at the 28.
Holding. Offense, number 71. 10-yard penalty. Remains first down.
That's on the Akron transfer, Brandon Council, junior right guard from North Carolina.
Second down.
So that'll back Auburn up and help Georgia out a little bit, back to the Dogs' 37-yard line.
And Auburn now 28 plays in this third quarter alone. Dogs have to get off the field here.
Second and 20 for the Tigers on the Georgia 37. Nix, shotgun snap in the pocket, and down he goes. Azeez Ojulari right up the middle. Blitz pressure, and he drops Nix back on the 45-yard line with the sack and a loss of 8.
Boy, just a tremendous push from the entire defensive line. Nix had absolutely nowhere to go.
Back to the 45, and Auburn now backpedaling. Third and a mile. Third and 28, back on the Dogs' 45-yard line. Big play for Georgia's defense here. 2 receivers to each side for the Tigers, 1 back in the backfield. Snap to Nix, throws it to Bigsby out of the backfield. Bigsby, 50, 40, 35, 30, middle of the field. He got a big chunk of it back, but we make the tackle. Christopher Smith, a leg tackle of Tank Bigsby, who's been active tonight, right on the 30-yard line.
And enough of it back that Auburn contemplating right now going for it. Looks like they're going to keep their offense on the field.
Well, they got 15 yards of it back. It's 4th and 12. From the Georgia 30, they got to get to the 18 for a first down, or almost the 17 actually. Auburn's offense looking left to the sideline. Nix talking to his lineman. Play clock at 3, at 2, at 1. They snap it at 0. Nix to throw in the pocket. No, pulls it down, runs left, flags all over the place. And it's intercepted at the 10. The Dogs have it. I think that's Monty Rice. No, it's Mark Webb. Mark Webb intercepted it downfield near the 10 and returned it to the 24-yard line. If that stands, and it looks like it will.
Holding. Offense, number 65. That penalty is declined. The result of the play, turnover, first down, Georgia.
That's the first interception thrown by Bo Nix in 253 pass attempts. That was second longest streak in the nation. Webb got the pick. Dogs have the ball going the other way at our own 24. We stop the drive and go to the fourth quarter. Last play of the third. What a play to end on there. Second half presented tonight by First Franklin Financial. We make loans for living. We're going to light up Sanford Stadium in the virus area with the Dogs leading 27-6 on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Northside Hospital reminds you to stay safe and stay healthy during the pandemic. It's easy to do a few simple things every day. Wash your hands frequently and disinfect hard surfaces in your home. Don't touch your eyes, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands. Always wear a mask in public and wash your hands before and after removing your mask. And if you're in a crowded place, stay at least 6 feet apart from others. For more information and CDC safety guidelines, go to northside.com/COVID-19.
This is head coach Kirby Smart. It's my job to coach the fundamentals of football and prepare my guys for the future. Well, my friends at Southeast Mortgage are preparing you for your future by becoming a homeowner. Every Bulldog deserves a home. If you're in the market to purchase or refinance, I trust Southeast Mortgage to provide the best experience and get it done. Visit southeastmortgage.com/UGA to get pre-approved for your home loan today. Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Southeast Mortgage of Georgia Incorporated, NMLS, number 103956. Georgia Residential Mortgage License number 6578.
Hi, Georgia fans. I'm Scott Howard here for UPS. Your customers want more from your business. You've got to make more happen, whether they're in Athens, Georgia, or on the other side of the world. Globally or locally, UPS is building solutions to help businesses give their customers exactly what they want. More. Made easy. UPS, official logistics company of Georgia Athletics.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I saved a lot this year because I called the pros.
Calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call.
We got that coverage here. Protect your car and home.
I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call.
You can just call now. There's a little bit of great race with a little bit of great J. Look at my quote now.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to coverage of the Bulldogs, brought to you by Zaxby's. Stop in today and let Zaxby's cure all your game day chicken cravings.
From the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth at Sanford Stadium, with Georgia leading 27-6 over Auburn, we go to the fourth quarter and send it down to Chuck on the Cook's Pest Control sidelines. Chuck.
I got to tell you something, Scott. I got to give a shout-out, first off, to all these fans that are here tonight with the atmosphere that the University of Georgia has been able to create with 22,000. When they lit this place up, it looked like a packed house. And the atmosphere has been sensational all night long. And then a tip of the hat also to the student body, to the campus here at the University of Georgia, that over the past 3 weeks, they have had sharply declining COVID cases. And that is a great sign that we can continue to play football, and that's what we want to see.
You betcha. Thank you, Chuck. Good news from the sideline. Dogs with the ball after the Webb interception on the 24. We start there. 15 minutes to play. Georgia 27, Auburn 6. Bennett's gone the whole way. We give it to Kendall Milton. He slips through the line of scrimmage, breaks one tackle, and they'll bring him down across the 30 at the 34-yard line. Stopped by Roger McCreary, who wrapped both arms around Milton's leg, who picked up a Scana Energy first down on that run of 10 yards. They moved the sticks, and the Dogs will take their time a little bit here as that clock begins to tick. 14 and a half minutes coming up.
Inside trap there by the Dogs. The running game scheme, so much more impressive than what we have seen here in recent memory.
Burton and Pickens out wide to the left. Auburn comes with a blitz. Play fake. Bennett backpedaling, throws it to his right, just hanging it up, trying to get it to the sideline. Didn't quite get it there. And
he was out of the pocket.
I don't know if the ball got back to the line of scrimmage, though. They're talking about grounding. The line judge wants to pull the flag out of his pocket. They don't. Now they will. Yeah, the ball didn't get back to the line of scrimmage as Bennett was getting rid of it.
Intentional ground. Offense, number 13. He did not get out of the tackle box, and the ball did not make the line of scrimmage. Loss of down. Second down.
Unfortunate for the Dogs there. Our third quarter recaps presented by Ag South, Ag Georgia, and Southwest Georgia Farm Credit, the land loan experts. A look at Auburn's numbers from the first half to that third quarter. In the first half, Auburn had 81 total yards on 26 plays. In the third quarter alone, they had 113 total yards of offense on 29 plays, but yet managed only a field goal in that third period.
Yeah,
27-6.
Held the ball for over 10 minutes as well.
Inside handoff by the Bulldogs to Kenny McIntosh as he runs across the formation from the right of Bennett to the left guard spot, and he gets it back close to the original line of scrimmage. It's going to be about a yard short, I think. Yeah, back to the 23.
And that intentional grounding penalty hurt. The Dogs' defense has just been on the field so much. North of 10 minutes there in the third quarter. Looks like another 3 and out. They're going to be right back out there. You know they're getting gassed.
It's 3rd and 21. They run a screen with Kearis Jackson far side. Got blocking, bounces out to the sideline. Kearis 40, Kearis 45. He got the first down. Ha ha ha! So they don't have to come off the sideline, Z.
Boy, no they don't. And Kearis Jackson just have a ball game, my friend. Now 9 catches.
22 yards on that pass play. Bennett just dumped it out left, a screen out wide to the left. Ben Cleveland with a nice block to spring him. He was weaving behind his big lineman over there, and he eyeballed that first down marker, and he got it at the 45. Great job. Dogs 1st and 10 now. They keep possession, converting on 3rd and 21. They'll run it here across at left tackle. And this will be Edwards, Dejon Edwards, with his first carry of the night. The freshman from Cordele, Georgia. Britt and Pritchett on the stop for the Auburn defense. He got 2 yards, 2nd down and 8.
Dogs obviously not in a hurry now. Clock is clearly on their side, so taking their time, trying to give their defense a little bit of a breather.
And Edwards is from Moultrie, not Cordele. My apologies. For the folks in Moultrie, with one of your favorite sons. Stays in the ball game with Bennett back in the shotgun. Trey Hill. Snap to Bennett. Handoff. Edwards. Dejon drives hard right behind center. Pushes his way up to the 50, right on the logo. And up to the 50-yard line. Got 3 yards the hard way. A lot of bodies in there. And just ran out of space and ran out of running room right on the 50-yard line. And it'll be 3rd and 5 for the Dogs. Clock ticking. Zamir's going to come back in. Pickens out to the left, 3 receivers to the right.
Dogs now 6 out of 10 on 3rd down.
Bennett asking for the football. 5'11" quarterback from Pierce County will throw. And it's caught at the Auburn 45 over the middle, coming from right to left. That's Demetrius Robertson. Sliding catch with a man on his back at the 44, and that was Puckett on the tackle for Auburn. Enough for the first down for the Dogs, and we move the sticks again. Keep that clock moving.
Yeah, well-designed play there. We had trips right. Robertson was the inside slot receiver in that trips formation. We cleared out with the inside receiver and then had Demetrius Robertson just run an in route right at the sticks.
He got 6. 1st and 10 Dogs at the Tigers 44. McIntosh back in, play fake from Bennett under center. Throws it to Kenny in stride, hit him at the 40, 35, and they yank him down around the 31. He spun away from one tackler, and another guy tackled him up high. He was spun around Jordan Peters, and then Britt yanked him down. It looked up close to the collar, but there was no flag on the play. But it was a big gain for the Dogs. Another first down for Georgia at the Tiger 29-yard line. That was 15-yard pickup from Bennett to McIntosh.
Yeah, a little play action right there. Just slipped Kenny McIntosh out of the backfield into the flat. Easy pitch and catch.
Now Kendall Milton in the ball game in the backfield. Robertson in motion to the left. Handed off to Kendall with blocks. Oh, he got a nice one from a tight end. Pulls away from a leg tackle. Still on his feet. There's a flag down behind the play, however. And Milton works his way out of bounds inside the 20 near the 18. But a flag back at the 30. And let's see what that's all about.
Holding. Offense, number 75. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Remains first down.
I didn't really want to hear that.
Official's timeout for an injured player.
Auburn's KJ Britt shaking up on the play. Now he's up, but he's not feeling too good about it. He's got his helmet off and surrounded by trainers. And we've got a timeout here with 10:27 to go in the ball game, and Georgia leading 27-6. Our second half presenter here tonight on the Bulldog Sports Network is First Franklin Financial. We make loans for living. Back in a moment. Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Georgia loves football, and so do we at First Franklin Financial. This season, we're proud to sponsor the Georgia Bulldogs, and we're just as proud to be there for our neighbors when they need it. Offering personal loans up to $15,000 with fixed rates, easy payment plans, and fast approvals. We're fast, friendly, and right around the corner. Visit WeMakeLoans.com to learn more. All loan terms and applicable APRs depend on meeting our underwriting and income criteria for the loan size requested and may require collateral. Loan minimums vary by state. Georgia Residential Mortgage Licensee number 5656.
Hey, Dog fans. Coach Kirby Smart here. Do you have a game plan for flu season? Get ahead of the competition by getting a flu shot at Piedmont. It's the smart thing to do. Stop by any Piedmont primary care, quick care, or urgent care location and stay healthy all season long. Visit piedmont.org/UGA to learn more and book online. Piedmont Healthcare. More ways to better.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
You can't just watch. Basically impossible, roundly implausible to enter the gates of the SEC and be a faint spectator, a fly on the wall, not at all. Excuse yourself to lose yourself in something bigger. The traditions, the superstitions, the fight song in every rendition. You can't just watch, not in the home of more.
This is Hondo for Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. ESOG is like an offensive lineman, a great anonymous protector. ESOG offers triple protection warranty because ESOG is a licensed engineering firm, and ESOG guarantees the installation, the materials, and the design. And with ESOG, there's a 100% warranty on all the work that is designed by a licensed engineer.
Dial 678 ESOG now.
Back in the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth where Eric Zier is jinxing our team left and right during the timeout. It's 27-6, Georgia on top of Auburn. And Dog fans, whether your favorite seat is right on the 50-yard line or kind of like ours, we're close to the 50 anyway. We've got a great seat here at Sanford Stadium in the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Or if your seat comes with a bird's eye view high atop, then head to StubHub and grab 100% verified tickets so you know you'll get in. StubHub's been doing that for over 18 years, getting fans into the game, and StubHub's also the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs. StubHub, be there. Dogs with over 400 yards of offense. We got close to that last week at the Hog Pen in Fayetteville. It was like 387, I think, was what we finished with offensively. 402 tonight, 194 for Auburn with 10:27 to go in the game. Dogs on the Tigers' 39-yard line. Moving to our right towards the east end zone. Bennett takes the snap, hands it off to Kendall Milton. Runs into Newkirk, the defensive lineman, at the line of scrimmage. And keeps his legs driving, trying to spin away. But Newkirk had a pretty good grip on him and able to make the tackle. But he did get a yard to the 38.
Right before that timeout, Stetson Bennett was coming over to the sideline looking at his throwing hand. kind of flexing it back and forth. He's still doing it right now. I wonder if he took a shot to the hand.
We'll keep an eye on that. I would imagine Georgia's going to run it a lot from here on in. 9:50 less than that to go. Holding penalty backed us up a little bit. Dejon Edwards is in the backfield, jumps into the pistol now behind Bennett. Snap to Bennett. He turns around and hands it to Edwards. Edwards angling right, runs out of space. No, he never stepped out of bounds. I thought he went out of bounds at the 35, but he stayed in and got some more yards to the 31 before being tackled. A 7-yard pickup by the freshman Edwards. Clock moving, 9:23. It's going to be 3rd down and 12 now, as that holding penalty put the Dogs behind the sticks.
Good job there by Edwards, just staying in bounds, keep that clock moving.
We send 3 receivers out to the left, Pickens, Landers, and Robertson, and Edwards will stay in. 11th play of the possession for Georgia. Hill and Schaefer and Salyer to the left on our offensive line. Hill being the center, Cleveland and Condon, and we've got the tight end Fitzpatrick in there on the right edge. Snap to Bennett, toss it to Edwards. Running to the short side, cuts back in behind the blocking inside the 30, working his way to the 26-yard line. And hit by the Auburn defense there, Daquan Newkirk, the lineman, to the 26. He got 5, and that's not nearly enough for the first down, but Georgia will try to get points here with a field goal. They'll go reaching from 43 yards here. They'll spot between the 33 and the 43. Jake Camarda, the holder. And from the near hash, kicking to the right toward the old railroad tracks, it'll be Jack Podlesny. There's the snap. The kick is away. Spinning towards the uprights, and no good. Missed this one. His first miss this season. So the Dogs come up empty there with 8:06 to go in the game. Our score remains Georgia 27, Auburn 6. A timeout. But first, we want to tell you that First Franklin Financial makes loans for living with fixed rates and payment plans to fit any budget. Back to Athens after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
The relief on the hot water heater failed. Pouring gallons of water into your finished basement. The drainage hose on your dishwasher breaks. Sending an endless stream of water onto your kitchen and living room hardwood floors. No matter what happens in your home, the cleanup and restoration specialists at ServPro will be with you every step of the way until you're back on your feet. So when fire or water damage strikes, call on ServPro to make it like it never even happened. 1-800-ServPro and ServPro.com.
The Walton Gas Champions for Charity game is on. That means every time the Dogs win a regular season game, Walton Gas will donate $1,000 to these local charities: Camp Twin Lakes, the Salvation Army, the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. And for every bowl game the Dogs win, Walton Gas will donate $5,000. Everyone wins with Walton Gas. Always low rates, always great service. Put your game face on and be a champion for charity. Vote for the charity of your choice at waltongas.com/UGA.
Make your first play of the season a smart one. Get a fast and easy sports physical right around the corner from Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens. With 27 locations offering extended hours and most open 7 days a week, you can book online to get in, get out, and get on your way to a championship year. Visit piedmont.org/UGA to schedule a sports physical today. Patient care services provided by Piedmont Healthcare. Piedmont Quick Care at Walgreens. One stop to better.
As soon as we brought our son home from the hospital, I wanted to put him in a protective bubble. I'm Chastity Maney from Country Financial, and like most parents, I want to make sure my son is protected throughout his life. Fortunately, I know Country Financial will also be there to help his dad and me along the way, as he gets his license and first car, and as we pack that car to leave for college.
Find a representative near you at TakeSimpleSteps.com.
Welcome back to The Game, brought to you by Zaxby's. Stop in today and savor the flavor of hand-breaded chicken and heavenly sauces.
Hope you're enjoying tonight's contest as we see it from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here in Athens. Georgia 27 and Auburn 6. And the Tigers will touch the ball for the first time here in the fourth quarter. Coming up, 8:06 to go. Quick quarterback comparison for you tonight. Stetson Bennett for Georgia, 17 of 28, 240 yards, a touchdown, no picks, passer rating of 144.5. Bo Nix for Auburn, 16 of 34, 149 yards, no touchdowns, one interception, his first in a long time, and a passer rating of 78.
And the domination for the Dogs defense keeps going, too. 21 rushing attempts for the Tigers, only 45 yards on the ground.
Auburn from their own 26-yard line. Nix is backpedaling way back inside the 10, just throws it underhand, who kind of shoveled it over the defenders' heads to Bigsby, who was back there trying to help him out. Bigsby bailed him out big time, actually, taking that pass and running to the far side and getting back to the line of scrimmage, and he ended up gaining about a half a yard, maybe a full yard. Monty Rice made the tackle, but we had backed up Nix with our pressure all the way back inside the 10-yard line with Malik Herring, Christopher Smith. So second down and 9. Nix gets to play another day. Here comes the blitz. Nakobe Dean slips as he comes through the line. Nix rolls out and fires down the far sideline. Schenker, the tight end, makes the catch. Was he inbounds? No, incomplete. Right on the far sideline, in front of the Auburn coaching staff. Incomplete pass. Just like that, it's third down and 9 for the Tigers from their own 27-yard line with 7:23 remaining in the game.
Bo Nix has been in retreat this entire game. The pressure, regardless of how we're getting there. If it's just rushing 4 down linemen, we brought a lot of linebacker pressure today as well, but we have been in the Auburn offensive backfield all game long.
Here comes that amoeba defense now. We shift. Everybody standing upright. Nix looking it over. Play clock at 3, at 2, at 1, at 0. They didn't snap it in time, but there's no flag. Nix will throw, and it short hops the intended target on the far side. Incomplete. Did they blow whistles? I think they did. Oh, Auburn got a time.
Prior to the snap, first charge timeout of the half, Auburn.
Auburn just did get the timeout. That's, as you heard James Carter, the referee, say, that's their first. They've got 2 remaining. And we'll take a timeout as well. 7:19 to go in the fourth quarter.
Put 7:23 on the game clock. 7:23 on the game clock.
Georgia 27, Auburn 6. First Franklin Financial, making loans to Georgians for over 75 years. Back after this, Bulldog Sports Network.
At Zaxby's, chicken and delicious go hand in hand. As in hand-breaded, hand-seasoned, and handmade to order. There's only one place you can get chicken like that. Zaxby's.
These days I'm spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
Dogs fans want exclusive access to season previews and game day information heading into the upcoming season? Then be sure to log on to GeorgiaDogs.com to download the 2020 Georgia Football Digital Fan Guide. Get everything you need to know heading into the season at GeorgiaDogs.com.
You always dreamed of owning your own farm. Now you're living your dream, and it's time to pick the tractor that makes it all come together. Massey Ferguson has reinvented what compact and utility tractors can be and redefined what they do, making them easier to operate, more comfortable to drive, more versatile than ever. Learn more at masseyferguson.us. See the newly redesigned Massey Ferguson GC 1700 and 1700M Series today.
Football season, the Bulldogs won't be the only ones scoring. Let First Franklin Financial help you score the cash you need with a loan up to $15,000. At First Franklin, we offer fast approvals, fixed rates, and payment plans to fit any budget. To find the Georgia branch near you, visit us at WeMakeLoans.com. All loan terms and applicable APRs depend on meeting our underwriting and income criteria for the loan size requested and may require collateral. Loan minimums vary by state. Georgia Residential Mortgage Licensing number 5656.
Welcome back to coverage of the Bulldogs. Brought to you by Zaxby's, famous chicken fingers, wings, and salads.
Nice cool night in the Classic City. And Georgia showing dividends on the scoreboard, leading arch rival Auburn 27-6 with 7:23 remaining in the contest. 3rd and 9 for the Tigers from their own 27-yard line. Our defense moving around, empty formation for Auburn. Now flags down, one at the line of scrimmage, one in the offensive backfield.
I think that was movement on Auburn. We had our defensive line jumping around and shifting around. And
offense, number 56.
Yeah, their left guard, see.
Remains 3rd down.
Tayshawn Manning, a junior from Apopka, Florida, with a false start, and that'll put the Tigers back on the 22. 3rd and 14 now for Auburn. Tigers less than 200 yards of total offense tonight. Empty set for Nix. Back in the shotgun, all by his lonesome. Snap, here comes pressure in the pocket. Throws to the Auburn sideline, over the shoulder catch made by Kobe Hudson in stride. And he got the first down up at the 40 before we chased him out of bounds.
Boy, when Bo Nix actually sets his feet and throws the football, he is accurate and good, can be dangerous.
Stokes made the tackle. It was an 18-yard gain. Nice pickup for Auburn on 3rd and long. We got 18 and a first down up to the 40. Play fake Nix. Pressure coming straight on. He spins away from it. Chases it out of the pocket. Throws to his left down the line of scrimmage, and it's caught by Bigsby. He's got nowhere to go. We covered that well, too. Monty Rice makes the tackle right at the 40. Boy, that play had the capability to just end up in a disaster for our defense because Auburn's offense was all over the place, but we defended it very, very well.
Well, we had 2 guys that just slipped right off of Bo Nix, and Bo somehow finds his receiver on the outside, but 3 dogs there to make a play.
It's quite slippery. They set up a screen to the near side, and Bigsby again makes the catch into Georgia territory, tight roping it right in front of our bench, and pushed out of bounds at the Dogs' 48-yard line. That's 12 more yards and another first down. So Auburn getting a second wind here and moving into Georgia territory. 6:10 to go in the game, and the Tigers are down. They haven't scored a touchdown tonight. A couple of field goals, all they have to show for their work. They trail 27-6. Nix with one back in the backfield. DJ Williams takes a play fake. Nix looks downfield, now rolls to the right. Nolan Smith chasing. He slings the ball down the far sideline, and it bounces around the 34, incomplete. Anthony Schwartz was about 7 yards farther downfield for the Tigers.
Credit the Georgia secondary there. That was coverage all the way. We got stonewalled a little bit on our pass rush. We finally, with Nolan Smith, got outside and got Bo Nix on the run, but that was outstanding coverage.
Capers was the guy farther downfield. He threw it over the head of Schwartz, actually, on that play. 2nd down and 10 for the Tigers on the Georgia 48-yard line. Clock stopped with 5:52 to go in the game. 3 receivers right, 2 to the left for the Tigers. Nix looking left, chased out of the pocket again. We grab his shirt, try to get him to the turf, and we will. Ball comes out. Goes out of bounds in front of the Georgia bench. Adam Anderson had him wrapped up, and Nix just threw the ball away. That's going to be an incomplete pass, I believe, not a fumble.
Well, that didn't get back to the line of scrimmage. They've got to drop the flag on that. That's intentional grounding.
That's what they're talking about right now. Yeah, the line of scrimmage was the Georgia 48, and the ball bounced around the 50-yard line, a little bit behind it on Auburn's side of the 50. It should be an intentional grounding. You're right. Officials are still discussing it. Now they'll drop the flag. There you go.
Intentional ground. Offense, number 10. The quarterback was outside the tackle box, but there was no receiver in the area, and the pass did not cross the line of scrimmage. Loss of down, 3rd down.
Well, Adam Anderson has had quite a game as well. His speed on the outside, his ability to get around offensive tackles, impressive.
So they lose 6 yards with the intentional grounding call. The ball's back on Auburn's 46. And it's 3rd down and 16, but the Tigers just converted a 3rd and 14 moments ago.
The previous play is under review to see if the passer was down prior to throwing the pass.
Well, we'll take a look at the replay. We'll get a look on the big screen here over the west end zone. Adam Anderson almost had the sack there. And we'll see if Nix's knee or any part of his body was touching the turf before he threw the football. I can't really tell from this angle. We've got the end zone view from the east end zone. Now we'll look at the TV replay. I think the ball came out of his hands before he hit the turf, according to that replay.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. I'd question if that was even a pass.
I know, it almost looked like a fumble, I think, and Georgia recovered it, but they didn't rule it as such, as Devontae Wyatt fell on that loose ball. And I think he was still in bounds. The ball was right on the sideline.
Yeah, I mean that ball just pops out. That wasn't that's not a throw. I know his intent there was to throw it.
Well, we'll see how they rule it, and we'll take a look at some scores while we're waiting. Mississippi State and Arkansas in Starkville. Minute 44 to go in the game, and the Razorbacks and Sam Pittman leading Mike Leach and Mississippi State 21-14. That one going down to the wire apparently. Iowa State and Oklahoma, look at that score, 23-all in the 4th. Oklahoma upset last week.
After review, the ruling of intentional grounding stands. Be 3rd down.
Well, they just got tired of looking at it. Yeah, let's just go with what we called. Okay, let's keep this baby moving. So the intentional grounding stands. Auburn's offense will be facing a 3rd down and 16 at their own 46. Moving to our left and trailing by a bunch, 27-6. Georgia has had the upper hand all night. Nix in the backfield with DJ Williams. They run a man in motion to tight end, put him in the slot to the right. Nix wants to throw to the back, fakes it, and then he just flips it to him, and he's eaten up. He's gobbled. Lewis Seen, speedy up into the backfield and hit DJ Williams at the 42-yard line. Williams never had a chance to run once he caught the football, as they lose 4 more yards, and now it's 4th and a mile, 4th and 20 back on the Auburn 42-yard line.
Boy, just the recognition by this Dogs defense. Azeez Ojulari beeline there to Bo Nix, recognizes it's going to be a screen, backs off of his rush immediately, gets into the throwing lane, allows a whole host of Bulldogs to get over there to make the tackle.
This will be Aiden Marshall as Auburn actually sends on the punt unit on 4th and 20. And they'll kick it to the right, and that's Kieris Jackson yelling, Oski, get away from that ball. And it bounces around the 22 and angles out of bounds on the far sideline, out of bounds at the 18-yard line. That's where Georgia will take over with 4:48 remaining. It was a 40-yard punt, no return. 27-6, Georgia leading Auburn. Our second half is presented by First Franklin Financial. Come see the friendly folks at a Georgia branch near you. We make loans for living. First Franklin Financial. Now this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Your heart begins to heal the moment you choose Northside Hospital Cardiovascular Institute for your care. We've added a team of the nation's very best cardiovascular doctors to one of the top community hospitals in the country. With their leading expertise and the powerful resources of the Northside Network, our doctors get to the very heart of your needs. Because bringing the best possible care to Georgia is at the heart of everything we do. Northside Hospital Cardiovascular Institute. Excellence at heart.
Glory. Glory to old Georgia. The dogs are unleashed, so are the savings. Scana Energy is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. So sing, cheer, and put on your red and black in honor of our team. Celebrate the Dogs' journey to glory this football season with Scana Energy by calling 877-GO-SCANA or visiting scanaenergy.com to save.
At Zaxby's, there's nothing better than hand-breaded chicken, unless it's hand-breaded chicken with sauce. From sweet to savory, mild to wild, even that world-famous Zax sauce. Whatever you're craving, we've got the sauce at Zaxby's.
It's not really about the tailgating or even being in the stands. It's not even really about winning or losing. It's always been about being with friends and family, making memories for tomorrow while being in the moment today. That's what Georgia football means. Are you ready? We are. Since it's different this season, and many of us can't get up to Athens, we're going to bring Athens to you. Visit harrydoghouse.com to learn how your home gating experience can become one of your best Bulldog memories.
Hey, this is Trip Strickland at Georgia Metals, and we're so much more than metal roofing. We're steel buildings, metal fabrication, custom welding. We're everything metal. So for all your metal needs, call Georgia Metals, where quality still matters.
Battle for field position here in the fourth quarter as we take a look at our fourth quarter recap presented by Ag South, Ag Georgia, and Southwest Georgia Farm Credit, the land loan experts. Neither team has scored in the fourth. Georgia had 24 at the half. Auburn had only 3. Both teams managed a field goal in the third quarter, but no scoring in the fourth, but a lot of ball movement up and down the field. Auburn's 39 rush yards in the ball game, their fewest since they managed 19 in the game against LSU a couple of years ago, so they have been stymied at the line of scrimmage tonight trying to run that football. They've totaled just 216 yards of offense tonight. The Dogs over 400, 415, 175 of that on the ground, and 88 of that belonging to Zamir White, who has a career best 19 carries and just shy of his yardage total of 92. That's his career high. Kendall Milton is in the game, and Dwan Mathis is in at quarterback now for the final 4 minutes and 48 seconds, or at least this series. Handoff to Milton. He's hit at the 22 off the right side, bounced out at right tackle, got hit and kept running and got to the 25-yard line. Jordan Peters, the safety, making the stop on the second effort. And Milton will come out, and it'll be Edwards, the freshman, coming into the ball game in the backfield.
Really solid day by Stetson Bennett. 17 out of 28 at 144.5 quarterback rating. And had a number of passes early in the game where not on the same page with his receivers. Those numbers probably could look a little bit better than that, but very solid.
Milton got 7, so it's second down and 3. Mathis takes the snap in the shotgun, hands it to Edwards. Right guard and right tackle runs straight ahead, right behind his pads, drives across the 30 to the 31, and gets the first down. McLean, the linebacker, with the tackle. Cedric Van Pran is in the ball game, our freshman lineman from New Orleans, Louisiana. He's in the ball game at center. Clay Webb. No, that's not Clay Webb. That is Tate Ratledge in at right guard. And then Warren Erickson at left guard. And Xavier Truss at left tackle. And is it Condon still at right tackle? I believe it is. On the tight end, Washington in the ballgame with Fitzpatrick. And we bring Johnson, walk-on wide receiver, in motion. Snap to Mathis. Hand it to Edwards again, straight ahead, just right behind the center. Van Pran, freshman, 6'4" and 300-pounder. And Edwards drives straight ahead for about 3 yards. Wooden, the tackle for the Auburn defense. Second down and 7 for the Dogs. Ball on our 33-yard line. Clock moving now, ticking under 3 minutes. Kendall Milton back in the ball game. We're working the freshmen now in the backfield, Milton and Edwards.
And Dogs just taking their time. Even this second unit and third unit offensive lines continue to get good pushes against this Auburn defensive front.
Van Pran, the snap to Mathis, and it to Milton. He leaps over a tackler, Newkirk, in the backfield, and drives forward to the 38-yard line. They help him up after that run to the 38, a gain of 5. Marquise Burks and McLean, the stop for the Auburn defense. Third down and short for the Dogs, third and about 2 and a few inches. As we approach 2 minutes to go in the ball game, Georgia 27, Auburn 6. The Dogs on the verge of their 4th consecutive victory over Auburn in this series. 3rd down from our 38, just beyond it actually. Long count, there's the snap. Give it to Milton. Runs it right guard, running with a block from Fitzpatrick. Hit at the 41, falls down there. I think he got just beyond the first down marker, however. Should be able to move the sticks.
And he did.
Yep, he got the first down.
Yeah, good forward lean right there, fighting for that extra yard.
And Milton will come to the sidelines, and Edwards back in the ball game. As the Dogs inching closer to 200 yards rushing tonight. Continue to pile up the yardage figures. Edwards may put us over 2 if he gets the carry here. Mathis takes the snap, puts it in the belly of Edwards. No, he keeps it. Mathis keeps it this time. He faked me out. Edwards ran right, and Mathis kept it and went around the left tackle and was hit at the 44-yard line. He got 2 or 3. And there's less than a minute to go, and that carry will put the Dogs over 200 yards tonight. Ball's on the 44. Final seconds of Georgia's home opener. Tennessee's in here next week. We don't know the kick time yet because TV decided to take the 6-day window. But we might be looking at a 3:30. The other option is noon. Hand off to Edwards, looking for space. They hit him behind the line of scrimmage, but he kept moving forward, trying to drive back to the line of scrimmage, which I think he got there. No gain on the play, didn't lose yardage, I don't believe. And that will be the final snap of the game. Final 10 seconds will run off the clock. Georgia has defeated Auburn here in a rare early October meeting. Georgia 27, Auburn 6. That's your final. The Dogs now 2-0, Auburn at 1-1. And as we said, Georgia will host Tennessee here at Sanford Stadium next Saturday. Glad to have you along. Stay tuned for our post-game coverage. We got a lot of it coming up straight ahead. Dogs a winner tonight, 27-6 over Auburn on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Whether it's Monday, Tuesday, Hump Day, Taco Day, or any other day, every day is the day to save at the Toyota Today's the Day sales event, where you can get a great deal on the entire Toyota lineup until November 2nd. Contact your local Toyota dealer today.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on a new 2020 Toyota RAV4. Offer valid through November 2nd, 2020. 0 down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $1,667 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
When you are the official sponsor of the comeback, adding a few feet to a drive matters.
First down.
So does shaving 1/10 of a second off a lap. Top-rated surgery, physical therapy, and motion analysis by the sports medicine team at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta helps teen athletes not only prevent injuries, but heal faster and return stronger, ready to win. Our more than 20 orthopedic and sports medicine locations are ready to assist your athlete's comeback. To learn more, visit choa.org/sportsmed.
Georgia football is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Hey Bulldog fans, Coach Smart here. My friends at Georgia United Credit Union now offer Georgia Bulldogs Visa debit cards. Now you can show your team pride everywhere you go and spend. Pick your favorite design and score yours today. Georgia United makes banking easy, friendly, and smart for busy members like myself. Attack the day with a free checking account that pays big interest. It's the smart choice. Visit at gucu.org/go dogs for important account information. Insured by NCUA. Georgia United, the official credit union of Georgia Athletics.
If you want to earn the highest wages and best benefits in the construction industry, go to GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. I'm Randy Bill, business manager of the Atlanta and North Georgia building trades. We have immediate openings for journey-level workers, as well as helpers and apprentices. Our tuition-free, earn-while-you-learn apprenticeship programs offer the best training in construction, giving you the skills that will pay your bills. Learn more today at GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. Transform your future today.
Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Welcome to the Locker Room Report, presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Today's show is brought to you in part by Regions. Create your financial plan at regions.com/brave the beginning. Regions, official bank of the SEC. The Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Drive sober so you won't get pulled over. Hotel Indigo. Visit IndigoAthens.com to book your reservation today. Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Teen athletes need specialized care. Take them to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. The only nationally ranked program for teens in Georgia. Georgia United Credit Union. Score your official Bulldogs debit card today at gucu.org/GoDogs. And by Serve Pro, 1-800-SERVE-PRO, helping make fire and water damage like it never even happened. Now, back to the Piedmont Healthcare broadcast booth. Once again, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
Well, Auburn, when they have beaten Georgia between the hedges in the past, certainly not since 2005, but they like to peel off pieces of the hedges and put them in their mouth. Tonight, the 7th-ranked Tigers will leave with nothing but dirt and grass in their teeth because Georgia just put a spanking on them, 27-6. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network. Well, the much vaunted Tigers attack held to just 216 total yards in offense. Georgia racking up 442 after really taking our foot off the pedal there in the second half. Dogs able to roll to the 27-6 victory. We'll have Coach Smart with Chuck Dowdle down in the victorious Bulldogs locker room for you as soon as Coach Smart has finished speaking with the team. Scott Howard and Eric Zier with us. And Z, I'll start with you because coming in, we weren't sure who was going to be the quarterback. Stetson Bennett got the nod, and he rewarded Coach Smart for sure with that.
Boy, did he ever. 17 for 28, 240 yards, had one touchdown, 144.5 quarterback rating, and he's really cementing his spot here as the guy that's going to be QB1 for the Georgia Bulldogs. Another very mature kind of performance. His command of the offense is there. You can see it. He knows where to go with the football, getting to 3rd and 4th progressions, playing within himself, taking care of the football. Just another really, really solid performance by that young man.
Scott Howard, the play of Georgia's offensive line tonight. Wow, they just looked like a completely different group of people than the last game.
They really did. It looked like an extra week had allowed this team to really mesh together very well, and the backs were running hard too. I mean, Zamir was a very hard runner tonight, 19 for 88, a couple of touchdowns and short yardage situations. James Cook had a better game tonight than he did last week, and then late in the ball game you had some runs by Milton and Edwards, so everybody was running hard. And when you're getting some creases and you're getting some blocks, that makes you, if you're seeing that from behind, you're carrying the football, that makes you want to run that much harder. And the combination of offensive linemen for Georgia tonight was very effective as they rushed for over just a smidge, but over 200 yards tonight, over 440 total offense. So Georgia got it done on both sides of the ball tonight. The defense, again, outstanding, holding Auburn to less than 40 yards on the ground.
Z, for an amateur like me, and I'm watching the game, and I know a little bit here, a little bit there. I remember last year you weren't crazy about our offense, and really the lack of diversity within the offense. Is that a fair way to describe the formations,
Yeah, just the schemes, and really the schemes okay. in the running game. It was very vanilla. We didn't do much in terms of counters or traps, pulling offensive linemen to get better angles, to create seams. It was a lot of zone runs. So just offensive linemen standing up and trying to push and create some space for running backs to find. There's a place for that. That's good. But when that's all you do, you become very predictable even in the running game. So runs that look the same, the different blocking schemes up front can create havoc. Today, we did it. It's the first time that we've really seen it in over a year where we were pulling guards. We were bringing big tight ends in and running counters and traps, and it was I think it showed up with the kind of creases that we were seeing, able to get to the second level, able to bounce some things outside. It was the most creative run scheme that we've had in over a year. I thought it was a really well-called game by Coach Monken.
A couple of things there, Scott. Z just mentioned the tight ends and the two guys who have been playing, John Fitzpatrick and Darnell Washington. They're mauling people. I mean, we're seeing them just take people out off the edge. And the other is, we were talking about the nice job tonight in the run game. There's some shiftiness with these backs that I'm not sure I thought we were going to see necessarily. And, Zamir's coming off of 2 different knee rehabs over 2 previous years, and last year trying to get his mojo back. But he looks terrific, and so do some of the other backs.
Yeah, we don't have a group of just straight ahead stiff runners, and Zamir is certainly showing his ability to change directions and to make people miss. We've seen that here in game 2 tonight. Of course, Cook has always had that ability, and then Kendall Milton and Dejon Edwards is, jury's still out on them. I mean, they ran hard late in the ball game tonight, but we really haven't seen what they can do. They only had they each had, I think, 6 carries. Edwards had 7, and Milton had 6, and you factor in Kenny in there too, and that's. Boy, you just keep bringing in fresh legs and guys that can jitterbug and make people miss. And that just demoralizes the defense.
Yeah, Kenny McIntosh, he does a lot of things really well. Z, we saw him catch a ball out of the backfield and flatten the first guy who came to get him. And then there was that sequence in the second half of kickoff return and a couple of other things that he did really well as well.
Yeah, listen, he's a very talented runner. Early in the game, we actually called out where he missed a blitz pickup, but as the game progressed, he actually made improvements during the game. Had a great blitz pickup that allowed Stetson Benton to get rid of the football and complete a pass, move the chains. You mentioned the kickoff return. Actually, it wasn't even a return. He caught a ball 1 yard deep in the end zone and had the mindset to take a knee, exactly what he should have done.
Right?
And ego didn't jump in the way. And then he had a special teams play on that same series. So a really well-played game, learning that there were still some mistakes made offensively. We missed a couple of side adjustments. We missed a couple of blitz pickups. But as the game progressed, got more and more solid with those things, and we were able to overcome some of those mistakes too. They didn't end up hurting us, but those are small things. They're details that we'll continue to work on that they'll address in film study tomorrow.
Well, Z just said the word mistakes, and last week there were so many, Scott, including the penalties in the first half. And tonight, the way things started out, it was a little dicey there. A couple of penalties right out of the box for the Dogs, for Auburn as well. But did you have any worries at that point of, oh, boy, here we go again?
Well, you start to wonder if it's like, are we going to start slow again tonight? I mean, we had 2 false starts on a punt play, just trying to kick the ball away, and we false started twice on that same series. We ended up with 8 penalties for 59 yards, and Auburn had 7 for 46, which is, I mean, that's still probably too many if you talk to the coaches, but that's certainly better than 11 in the first half, and I think we finished with 12 or 13 last week.
Right.
So they did cut that number down a little bit. But, yeah, when it happens that early in the ballgame, and what happened last week, you can't help but go back and think that, oh, no, here we go again. But Georgia was able to overcome that for the most part, and I'm looking at some of the defensive numbers here for this ball game. Georgia had 3 sacks and Auburn only had 1, and lost yardage plays in favor of Georgia. We had 30 yards for loss. Auburn had 19 yards for loss from the defensive side of things. So, I mean, we were very aggressive defensively tonight, and sometimes, you might pick up a penalty or 2 here and there. We saw that with Richard LeCount, which – well, I think we all were in agreement that wasn't necessarily a targeting penalty, although it was upheld. That's how it was called, and it was upheld by the officials, and he was disqualified from the game in the first half. He'll be back for Tennessee next week. He doesn't have to sit out that game. But things like that happen when you're aggressive and playing hard, like our defense did all night.
Yeah, our defense, and we'll get to them in just a second because Z first. Last week, our leading receiver, Kearis Jackson, with 6 catches. Tonight, 9 catches for Kearis, 147 yards, including a long of 49. We wondered who was going to be able to take up some of the slack and help George Pickens out, and how much of Kearis' success has been George helping him out with double teams.
Oh, a lot. I mean, listen, George Pickens is going to get attention because of the talent that he is. I mean, very rarely are you going to get him on one-on-one situations. Kearis keeps playing like this. Teams aren't going to be able to go cheat towards George Pickens. They're going to have to go pay attention to number 10, and he is fast. He is talented. He's running crisp routes. It really is playing at a very high level. So yeah, he is emerging as not even a number 2. I mean, he's a 1B. For sure.
15 catches in 2 games now. I mean, tonight a career best for him and the 147 yards too, a career best. No touchdowns, but that's keeping the ball moving in the passing game.
Okay, so what time is it now? Is it about 11 o'clock Eastern right now? You figure they get out of the chat 12, drive back to Auburn 3 o'clock. So the Auburn players probably won't get to sleep before 6 a.m. I just have this feeling that around 7 o'clock this morning or 8 o'clock this morning, Bo Nix is going to wake up with a start. And he's going to see 19 Adam Anderson and 13 Azeez Ojulari running in to kill him sometime in the middle of his sleep.
He was harassed the entire game. I think he was able to set his feet and throw about 3 passes today, and he had 41 attempts. He was on the run the entire afternoon.
He was. Our defense is just all-consuming now. We are throwing. The times he got away. If he hadn't gotten away, I don't know if Auburn would have had more than 100 yards in offense. And that's just because of his skill to be able to evade what were, 2, 3, 4 guys about to bring him down.
Yeah, he's determined not to take sacks. He's very elusive. He's very slippery. And even when you have him in the grasp, he's still looking to get rid of the football somehow, some way to try to save the down. But Georgia, again, going back to our aggressive nature tonight, and I like that. I like that defense, and Z called it an amoeba defense, where you just got everybody and they're moving around up on the line of scrimmage. Nobody's got their hand in the grass, and you don't know where that pressure is coming from. I kind of like watching that. That's very effective. The times that we ran it tonight.
You like it. It gives me bad dreams. That's what gives me bad dreams, because it's very difficult to figure out where you're going to go set your blocking assignments off of, and guys can come from anywhere. And lo and behold, when we did that, we ended up rushing 4, but we would rush and overload one side and still play zone behind it. It is very, very difficult to go against.
Auburn against Georgia in the last 4 games has scored 6, 14, 10, and 7 points. Now, they beat us 40-17 down there, but before that, the 3 games previous to that were 7, 7, and 7. So that's 28, 38, 40, 52 plus 6, 58 points. We've beaten them 7 out of the last 8, and in those 7 losses, they scored 58 points, an average of 8 points per. Wow.
Well, Kirby's 5-1 now against Auburn, and Gus is 2-7 in his time against Georgia. So that's this series has swung heavily in Georgia's favor, and as I pointed this out in the opening comments to tonight's broadcast, I mean, Mark Richt really got it turned around. Yeah. He went 10-5 in his 15 years against Auburn. In that series, we all know how it was. It was always, okay, now they've got the lead in the overall series. Now Georgia's tied it. Now maybe Georgia's got the lead. Now Auburn takes it back. It was that back and forth for years and years, and now Georgia has put 5 games between Auburn and Georgia in the overall series. 61, 56, and 8 are now the numbers, but the series has certainly swung in Georgia's favor over the last decade plus.
For all the people jumping off the bandwagon on Sunday morning, because there were some last week, we've got trouble. Oh, we've got no quarterback. We've got no running back. And the jury's still out on Stetson Bennett. Let's be frank. He's turned in 2 really fine performances. I don't want to belittle in any way, shape, or form what he's done, but we'll see if once teams are making adjustments as to what he does, and coming after him in different ways in the future. But boy, oh boy, our team just looked like an absolute college football playoff caliber team tonight.
It looked like a different football team this week. And, we're early on in this season. Arkansas just goes in and beats Mississippi State that just put it to an LSU team that, listen, they lost a lot, LSU did, but they've got talent there. Arkansas, it was we could wake up 3 or 4 weeks from now and Arkansas could be a lot better than maybe we thought they were. But truth is, the second half of the Arkansas game, in this game, we look like a polished football team with a tremendous amount of talent and a defense that can go carry you. And offensively today, we look like this was the best offensive performance we've had in north of a year, I thought.
Scott, one guy you pointed out, Tyson Campbell, sure had his hands full today and turned in a very nice game.
Yeah, he and DJ Daniel, I guess, were the guys assigned for suicide duty tonight. They had to cover Seth Williams, who we all know is a terrific receiver for Auburn. His final numbers tonight, 3 for 34, kept him out of the end zone, and Tyson Campbell really had some fine plays in covering Seth Williams, and that's what we meant by he had his hands full. It's kind of like other guys trying to cover George Pickens, and usually it takes more than one guy to do that. But we had a lot of one-on-one situations with Campbell and Seth Williams, and they targeted him a number of times, especially in the second half. He ended up catching 3 passes. I don't know how many targets he had, but his longest reception was a 20-yard catch. But Campbell, I thought, did a terrific job, and especially in that second half, had a couple of batted passes away, and just keeping the ball out of the hands of Williams, who was so dangerous, and really across the board. I mean, Schwartz caught 8 passes, but most of them short variety, only averaged 7 yards a catch, so they didn't let his speed become a factor. And it was just a terrific job by the defense. Going back to that, it's that's 2 games Georgia's played, and we've given up 1 touchdown so far, and a handful of field goals. So that's you can't ask for more than that.
Really, really nice. Back to Stetson Bennett for just a second. As mentioned, 240 yards through the air tonight. Really, really fine job by Stetson. Z, one of the things you and I were talking about in the first half was the patience he was showing, the decisions he's making, and the touch on the ball. Stetson is not a guy who's going to throw the ball through the car wash and it not get wet, right?
That's right.
I mean, he throws the ball through the car wash, it's going to get wet. But what a nice touch he has on the ball with a lot of different passes he made, including the TD pass to George Pickens.
Yeah, and listen, he can make every throw. His arm's strong enough to make every throw.
Oh,
but
yeah.
His timing is fantastic. The touchdown pass to George Pickens, he let that football go exactly when he needed to let it go. It was prior to George Pickens getting behind the Auburn defender. But he's making hard throws, too. I mean, deep crossing routes across the middle of the field that, is a shorter quarterback, which, I got to live that life as a shorter quarterback. Those aren't easy throws to make when you've got a bunch of traffic in front of you. But he's standing tall in the pocket. Timing is very good. Decision-making is excellent. His accuracy is pretty impressive as well.
There were a couple of series that really stood out to me besides the normal stuff that you'd see with, scoring. You're happy this series, obviously. But first half, we're up 24-0, Scott. We look like we're about to hold Auburn on a 3rd and 13, but they called the targeting on Richie LeCount. Richie's ejected, automatic first down. It's 1st and goal at the 7. Bo Nix for -4, Bo Nix for 4. We'll pass to Schwartz for 1, and our defense forces them to kick a field goal at a time where it looked like momentum could swing just a little bit. We had just stopped them, but all of a sudden
that was a big shift. We lose a key player. You lose your captain on defense, and they've got it goal to goal inside the 10, and they were unable to punch it in, and they had to settle for 3. That was a huge win for Georgia's defense. I think you're willing to give up the 3. To keep them out of the end zone, and which could build a lot more momentum for the guys on the other sideline. But our defense did not bend, and they were able to keep them out there. And I don't know if we scored on the next possession after that, but we kept them out of the end zone. and that was certainly key in that moment in the game.
Yeah, we did not. It was 24-3 at that point when they scored, and we just had one more possession before the half. The other possession that really, or series that impressed me, series of plays, was in the third quarter. Auburn came out. They ran about 15 plays right out of the chute, ended up settling for a 45-yard field goal. Georgia had 9 plays. We answered with a 25-yard field goal, but then Auburn ran off another 14 plays. So our defense had been on the field 29 plays in just the third quarter alone. Really, really fine job, Mark Webb, with the interception, ending that Auburn drive. And then Georgia, that defense is tired. It's 27-6. We know that Auburn can strike like lightning because they did it to us last year in the second half. And then our offense really put together a nice drive, including converting on a 3rd and 21.
Yeah, they didn't get points on that drive, but we really cemented the game at that point in time. The up until that drive, Georgia's defense had been on the field north of 10 minutes in the third quarter. You could tell that they were really getting tired. So at that point, it was an important drive to extend the clock. We really started to get deeper into the game, got our defense some rest, and then the game was buttoned up right there. So a really important drive, and I think the conversion there was a little screen pass to Kearis Jackson that did a great job catching the football, and the run after the catch was exactly what you wanted to see. We're able to get that first down and extend the clock.
Fine play by the Bulldogs tonight, 27-6, putting the hammer down on the Auburn Tigers. The Locker Room Show is presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Regions can help you make a financial plan today to prepare you for tomorrow. Visit regions.com/bravethebeginning. Regions, the official bank of the SEC. And the Governor's Office of Highway Safety reminds you that the penalty for getting a DUI can cost up to $10,000. And that's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety says drive sober so you won't get pulled over. All right, Chuck Dowdle's ready to grab Coach Smart. We're excited to hear what he has to say after tonight's knocking off of a fellow top 10 team. Georgia 27, Auburn 6. We'll come back with Chuck and the coach after this on the Bulldog Sports Network.
Dealing with constant changes, not easy. Letting go of my inner perfectionist, not easy. But crossing a few things off my financial to-do list, surprisingly simple.
Regions tools and advice make it easy to manage your money. From podcasts and webinars to budget and savings calculators, we'll help you find your financial comfort zone.
Those few little financial tweaks have made a big difference.
Check off some financial to-dos at regions.com/bravethebeginning. Regions Bank, member FDIC, official bank of the SEC.
Sir, you're now being placed on arrest for driving under an influence.
What does that mean? That means you've earned a night in the Gray Bar Motel. During your stay, you'll be photographed, fingerprinted, and given a stylish jumpsuit. And each room has an en-suite bathroom.
Is all this free?
Oh, no. Fines, court costs, and legal bills could add up to $10,000 or more.
Save your money for a real hotel. Drive sober, or we will pull you over.
This message brought to you by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
The dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
At Subway restaurants, deals are delicious. And right now, you can choose from 2 great deals on delicious meals. Get a 6-inch cold cut combo, spicy Italian or Black Forest ham, plus chips and a 20-ounce drink for just $6. Or choose a 6-inch chicken and bacon ranch melt, sweet onion chicken teriyaki, or steak and cheese, plus chips and a 20-ounce drink for just $7. Either way, you get a great deal on a delicious meal. Only at Subway restaurants. Limited time only at participating restaurants. Additional charge for extras, plus applicable tax. No additional discounts or coupons may be applied.
These days I'm spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
Hey, thanks thanks so much for joining us tonight for our Regions and Governor's Office of Highway Safety Locker Room show. Neil Williamson along with Scott Howard, Eric Zier, Tony Schiavone, Chris Schiavone, Jay Black in the booth. Zach Jewell is our producer back in the Bulldog studios. And Chuck Dowdle is down in the locker room. Coach Smart's interview segment is protected by Breda Pest Management. With Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs. Now here's Chuck with head coach Kirby Smart. Chuck.
Coach, congratulations. Just a terrific win for the Dogs tonight. But before we get into the game itself, what did you think about that atmosphere tonight?
Felt like 93,000 of my best friends, but just some of them were invisible.
It was really terrific, and I thought the crowd got into it, and I thought they helped the team some.
Yeah, they absolutely did. They helped us. The cool air helped us. The light show helped us. I thought the atmosphere was really good, and was proud of the way the guys competed.
Let's start by talking about your defense and the job that they did tonight, particularly in the third quarter when they were on the field for a long time.
Yeah, we didn't get off the field on third down. I don't. That series is a blur to me. I think they converted 3 or 4 third downs. I don't know, but we got to do a better job getting off the field. We can't let guys drive that far down, and stay on the field and occupy the clock. But they play hard. They play resilient. When they're called on, they do a good job.
What was the key tonight defensively? It looked like you guys were keeping such pressure on Bo Nix all night. He never looked really comfortable.
No, he didn't. But God Almighty, we couldn't tackle him. I mean, we couldn't get him down. I don't know how many sacks we missed, but I mean, it just seemed like so many. And he's Houdini at getting rid of the ball, getting out of the pocket, and escaping pressure. He did a great job of that.
And they weren't able. They didn't have much success. I shouldn't say they weren't able, but they didn't have a lot of success running it either.
Yep. If you can stop people from running the ball, you can usually suffocate them. And that's what you try to do is make them one-dimensional and then crank it up.
And on the flip side of that, we did have success running it.
We did. I thought we ran the ball well early. It's hard to run the ball well in the SEC, especially early in the game, because most people have big D tackles. And I thought we were successful at doing that, and we got to keep that up.
Total number of yards for them tonight, 216. Total number of yards for Georgia, 442.
Wow. Never would have thought it would have been that way with the explosive playmakers they got. But our kids take a lot of pride in how they play, and we definitely can get better, but we got better from week 1 to week 2.
Talk a little bit about Stetson Bennett, too, and how he has just kind of brought a certain composure to the offense and that he brings on the field with himself.
Yeah, I think he'll get better and better as he plays more. Very bright young man, studies the game. He does a good job, and he gives us some composure, and he uses the players around him, and the players around him played well.
You also used a lot of running backs tonight.
We did. We got dinged up with James Cook, and a lot of the other backs came in and got to have a piece of the action.
What did you think was the key to this? Was it the first half, getting off to that great start in the first half?
Well, I certainly think that helped get some momentum. The kickoff was a big momentum builder, and I thought the offense running the ball well early was big.
And Jake with that punt, have you ever seen anybody hit a punt like that one?
Oh, man, I don't even know. That was just like a moon bomb. I mean, it was long. It was one that we went in the end zone, though, right?
63 yards in the air.
Wow, that's crazy.
It was pretty impressive. What did you say to these kids after this game, after this performance?
Just how proud I was of them. Everybody second-guessed them, and everybody questioned them all week. And hell, nobody even picked them to win the game on the show I was watching, the SEC show. So, I mean, it's just laughable for me that because you don't have a great performance, they automatically assume you're not. But you're only as good as your last game, and we're going to play a really good football team. I hate to say it, but Tennessee is a better football team than Auburn right now. And you can see that across the line of scrimmages, and we better get ready to play.
All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about that Tennessee game. That's next. And Hondo, I'll throw it back to you.
All right, thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Coach Smart. 27-6, Georgia spanking Auburn tonight between the hedges. The Locker Room Show is presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. More from the Locker Room with Coach Smart and Chuck after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Dogs fans want exclusive access to season previews and game day information heading into the upcoming season? Then be sure to log on to GeorgiaDogs.com to download the 2020 Georgia Football Digital Fan Guide. Get everything you need to know heading into the season at GeorgiaDogs.com. In football, it's important to call the right play. In life, it can be even more important to make the right call, especially regarding termite protection. To protect my home, I call the unbeatable combination for termite protection, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. Discover how affordable it is to protect your home with the Centricon system. Make the right call. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Hey, this is Trip Strickland at Georgia Metals, and we're so much more than metal roofing. We're steel buildings, metal fabrication, custom welding, we're everything metal. So for all your metal needs, call Georgia Metals, where quality steel matters.
You're listening to Dogs Football, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all of your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
Hey, dog fans. Coach Kirby Smart here. Do you have a game plan for flu season? Get ahead of the competition by getting a flu shot at Piedmont. It's the smart thing to do. Stop by any Piedmont primary care, quick care, or urgent care location and stay healthy all season long. Visit piedmont.org/UGA to learn more and book online. Piedmont Healthcare, more ways to better. This is head coach Kirby Smart. It's my job to coach the fundamentals of football and prepare my guys for the future. Well, my friends at Southeast Mortgage are preparing you for your future by becoming a homeowner. Every Bulldog deserves a home. If you're in the market to purchase or refinance, I trust Southeast Mortgage to provide the best experience and get it done. Visit southeastmortgage.com/UGA to get pre-approved for your home loan today. Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Southeast Mortgage of Georgia Incorporated, NMLS, number 103956. Georgia Residential Mortgage License number 6578.
On a cool, beautiful night in Athens, Georgia, the Dogs are going to roll out of Sanford Stadium with a 3-touchdown triumph over 7th-ranked Auburn. The Locker Room Show presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Coach Smart's interview segment protected by Breda Pest Management. With Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs. Take it away, Chuck.
Hondo, thanks a lot. Talking with Coach Smart, and we now know that Tennessee's up next, but, you know, that's going to be the case every week, Coach. It's going to be another SEC, strong team coming in to face you, or you having to go face them.
Oh, always. Jeremy's done a tremendous job up there. They got good football players. They know how to recruit. They're recruiting across the offensive and defensive lines. They got the longest winning streak, somebody told me, in the country, not to mention the SEC. And that's pretty amazing. The job he's been able to do. Guantanamo is playing at a high level, and Coach Chaney's doing a great job with them.
Lots been said, too, about their offensive line being a very talented offensive line. Is that almost, the way you went about building it here?
Well, yeah, you build it from both lines, and we both have done that, us and them, and it's two good football teams. It's what college football is all about, and it'll be a great atmosphere.
Before I let you go, who stood out for you tonight of your young players? I saw Kendall Milton had an opportunity to play. He ran the ball well. Edwards ran the ball well for you. Who else played for you well, those young kids?
Jermaine Burton continued to do some good things. Chris Smith's not young anymore, but he got to play a lot, did some good things. I thought Jalen Carter starting to flash. Warren Brinson got in and played some more, so we're trying to grow those guys up.
Well, I got to tell you, it's good to see so many of them getting that opportunity, because somewhere down the line this season that's going to come in handy for you.
Absolutely it is. It's a big part of who we are in creating depth.
All right, and finally, we got to have another big crowd of your 93,000 best friends in here next Saturday. And whoever shows up, they got to be loud.
Absolutely. We got to get ready to go play again and play a really good football team.
Coach, thanks so much.
Thank you. Go Dogs.
Very good. Thank you, Chuck. Thanks to Coach Kirby Smart for joining us. We know he wanted to get out of here after a long day and a big victory over Auburn. The Champions for Charity game is on every time we win. Camp Twin Lakes, the Salvation Army, and Children's Healthcare of Atlanta win, because Walton Gas is donating $1,000 to these local charities. With today's win, we're up to $2,000 donated. Everyone's a winner with Walton Gas. The Locker Room Show is presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. We will come back with final thoughts from Scott Howard and Eric Zier in 2 minutes on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with legendary Georgia Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Ballou.
Ken and I are teaming up to give back to the brave men and women of our military. Ken's going to donate $500 to one member of the military every Bulldog football game this season.
If you're a member of the military in Atlanta, go to attorneyKenNugent.com to enter.
And somebody's going to win $500 every game.
One click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Love getting prices that are lower than low on food that's fresher than fresh? Then shop at Kroger. We give you more ways to save on the fresh you love with tools like the Kroger app, where you can find personalized coupons on top of weekly sales, giving you prices that are lower than the everyday low. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Right now, you can save on red, white, or black seedless grapes. They're a juicy treat and only 99 cents a pound with card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
This is Hondo for Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. ESOG is like an offensive lineman, a great anonymous protector. ESOG offers triple protection warranty because ESOG is a licensed engineering firm, and ESOG guarantees the installation, the materials, and the design. And with ESOG, there's a 100% warranty on all the work that is designed by a licensed engineer.
Dial 678 ESOG now.
Whether it's Monday, Tuesday, Hump Day, Taco Day, or any other day, every day is the day to save at the Toyota Today's the Day sales event, where you can get a great deal on the entire Toyota lineup until November 2nd. Contact your local Toyota dealer today.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on a new 2020 Toyota RAV4. Offer valid through November 2nd, 2020. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $1,667 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Well, we ran them out of the gym tonight, folks. 27-6, Georgia over Auburn in a battle of top 10 teams from Sanford Stadium, Dooley Field. More of your Locker Room Show now, presented by Regions and the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. We'll get final thoughts from Scott and Eric in just a sec. First, though, today's game ball is presented to you by Kroger. Kroger's purpose is to feed the human spirit by uplifting each other, our customers, and the communities we serve. They're proud to present today's game ball to the Georgia Mountain Food Bank in partnership with Kroger's Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Food Rescue Program. The Georgia Mountain Food Bank services 11 Kroger stores and donated over 265,000 meals throughout Dawson, Forsyth, Hall, Lumpkin, and Union counties in 2019. And so far in 2020 has donated over 111,000 pounds of food, which equals over 92,000 meals for folks who need it. To learn more about Kroger's Zero Hunger, Zero Waste initiative, follow our journey at thekrogerco.com. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Scott Howard, Eric Zier. We've now beaten Auburn 4 in a row, 7 out of the last 8, 9 of the last 11, and 13 of the last 17. And it's just fun.
Keep it rolling. Yeah, that is. When you can just roll off numbers like that, it is against one of your arch rivals.
Yeah, very good.
And a team that you go heavily against in recruiting. So that's always beneficial.
No doubt, no doubt. So final thoughts, fellas, and then we'll get out of here.
I'm still impressed by our defense and our defensive performances tonight. Monty Rice had 7 tackles. That was tops on the team tonight. Ojulari had a very nice game, I thought. 3 TFLs. He had a sack. Adam Anderson had 2 sacks. It's just a lot of guys playing very well together. I mean, we lost Richard LeCount, and we didn't really even skip a beat. Just plug somebody else in there, and they get the job done. And we played 2 SEC teams, and I don't know the exact numbers, but we're giving up, 50 yards a game on the ground, maybe 60, something like that. I mean, that's top-notch stuff, and you're going to win a lot of games when you can hold the other team to that kind of rushing total.
Yeah, so I would echo all of those thoughts as well on the defensive side, but I'll take this tack for my final thoughts. Is the running game looked as good as it's looked in a long time. Really going back and throughout all of last year, I thought we were much more creative with our blocking schemes. I thought our running backs ran the football extremely well. Zamir White looked like he did in the Sugar Bowl, from last year, and so the running game looked good. Very creative on the offensive side of the ball. Stetson Bennett continues to play very solid football for us. A great overall team win. Thought we looked good in all phases of the game.
Speaking of looking good, all of us look much better through plexiglass here in our Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. So I just want to add that. And one other note I had, Hondo, from Georgia Sportscom, due to the pandemic, the attendance figure tonight was a sellout at 20,524, believed to be the smallest home crowd since Georgia played Vanderbilt on September 28th, 1963. That game, played in a driving rain, was played before an estimated crowd of 17,000. So at 20,524, it was listed as a sellout, a pandemic sellout tonight at Sanford Stadium.
Well, they did a terrific job making noise. I know a lot of it's pumped.
Yeah, good stuff.
But the people were loud and they were dancing all night. And it helps when you get up 24-0, dude.
Well, you got a lot of space to move around too. You're not crowded into your seat. You got all kinds of room if you come to a game this year.
Well, I don't like it when all those people perspire on me. So Daddy just bought all the seats all around us right here. Anyway, one down out of the 3 in a row against top 25 teams. And next week, Tennessee will roll into Athens. Following week, we will travel to Tuscaloosa to take on second-ranked Alabama. But first, we have to take on the Volunteers. And because TV decided to take the 6-day option, we won't know until tomorrow whether that game will kick off at noon or at 3:30. But we're betting up here right now that with 2 undefeated top 25 teams, we're going to get the 3:30 announcement sometime tomorrow. Well, that's going to do it from Sanford Stadium. Coming up next, Dog Talk postgame driven by BMW with Bulldogs Encyclopedia Jeff Dantzler and Hall of Fame kicker Kevin Butler. Our producer-engineer is Tony Schiavone. Chris Schiavone is my co-spotter. Our Bulldog studio producer is Zach Jewell, and Jay Black is a contributor here in the press box. For our play-by-play team of Scott Howard, Eric Zier, and Chuck Dowdle, this is Neil Hondo Williamson. From the beautifully lit home of the Dogs, Sanford Stadium, our final score, 4th-ranked Georgia 27, number 7 Auburn 6. God bless you, good night, and go Dogs!